Howdy, folks, and welcome in. Mary the Ganger, thank you so much for the follow just a few minutes ago. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers, Mr. Square Peg, Machine God, or I agree, by the way. How are you doing today, my friend Ren Momo? It is good to see you. Amateur Paint Hour, welcome in. I hope everybody is having a just a fantastic Sunday. I know everybody in their fucking their Beltalota is out there talking about the series finale of The Expanse, which probably isn't really a series finale. I haven't watched it yet, so if you spoil it, I'll just straight ban your ass. Like, I don't want it spoiled. There's one fucking episode left, and I feel certain that is going to be continued onward, because as many people probably know, there are like 3 books left in the series that it's based on that haven't been adapted. So we'll see where that goes. But don't spoil anything. Don't spoil anything. We can spoil Boba Fett. Nobody gives a shit about Boba Fett. Spoil the crap out of that show. Who gives a rat's ass about Boba Fett? Oh man. Sumitha, good to see you. Knocking out some more work on The Reckoning. I'm glad to hear it. The Reckoning has come a long way. And it's a damn cool model. I was just working a little bit with, I say working with, I gave like one note to Project Dark Fox earlier. We've got a couple more mechs in the pipeline along the lines of the Trenchfoot, which still has yet to be released. That is sort of part of the initiative that we're working on here today during the stream. We have a resin caster who is interested in working with Steel Warrior Studios to produce some things that just aren't as economical to run resin printers for all the time. Included on that list is the multi-pose, multi-part Trenchfoot, and potentially some more. We have a few more designs in the pipeline to go along with the Trenchfoot as part of our D-Scene initiative. Currently, I have artwork that I can work from for a Panther, a Centurion, and a Hermes 2, which I'm pretty excited about digging into. A docket of fun. Oh my god. Like, there are worse things. There are far worse things than having too many projects to work on. Like it's good. I have things to keep me busy. If I'm ever like, I don't know what to do today, I just look at the list and fucking throw a dart and go. At the same time, I should probably paint things every now and then. Oh my god, I'm just out of the painting swing at the moment. I'm getting a few things done here or there, but those of you who've been here for the last 2 years know I work in these peaks and valleys of motivation and inspiration depending on what it is. Sometimes it's like, oh, it's time to paint. Let's do, a model a day for 3 months. I'm just gonna hope that another one of those particular waves comes along. But right now, I feel like working on 3D shit, and I have plenty of projects, so you know what? That's what we're doing. Goku kills the Balrog, comes back as Piccolo. Oh, shit. Oh, now I can't watch Dragon Ball, whatever. Pick a letter, put it after the title. Danny Trejo and a Rancor. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, on the most basic surface level, I'm like, Danny Trejo and a Rancor. And on another level, I'm like, fucking Robert Rodriguez. Robert Rodriguez has literally done the same fucking thing over and over and over since the late 90s, and I'm not gonna sit here and say that it's bad, but I might be fucking tired of it. It's entirely possible that I'm just... It just doesn't do anything for me anymore. Because, I don't know, it's such a meme, isn't it? Like, oh, Danny Trejo's in Star Wars and he's a Rancor tamer. Like, is that... I'm not saying it's stupid, but is it cool? Like, I'm not even sure anymore. It's, okay. It's not doing anything to help the limited suspension of disbelief I have left for the Star Wars universe, I can tell you that. It's like having Terry Crews show up as a bounty hunter who kills people by, like, flexing his pecs to deflect blaster bolts. Like, what? What, why? Huh? Oh, I see. We're writing all our scripts, we are, like, Instagram is our co-writer now. Fantastic. I'm not saying I wouldn't watch it, Vergaderung, I wouldn't call it good. Terry Crews is next season. I'm glad that we have you here for the insight, Grinning Idiot Games. Vergaderung, good to see ya. Azri, DFW, Dwegham. There, of course, is Ren, Momo, and Data Nerd. It is good to see you as well. They're not fucking listening to us, Kursala. If the writers at Star Wars, if Favreau and Filoni were listening to me, how self-serving would it be for me to say, like, Star Wars would be better if they listened to me? That's bullshit. Things would probably be worse if they listened to me. You could bring in that pro wrestler who flips people with his dick. Is that a thing? I know Andre the Giant used to check people's oil. The old thumb up the rear, that was a thing. Oh my god, it really is? It's horrifying. I don't know, Boba Fett's kind of losing me. Boba Fett is kind of losing me right now after last week's episode. There's just not a lot going on in it. It's really slow-paced, and maybe it's going to turn around inside of the next few episodes. Maybe some actions are going to start happening. Maybe Boba Fett, the ruthless bounty hunter who is best known for his role in Empire Strikes Back, where Darth Vader, the man who murders rooms full of children for no reason other than that they're inconvenient, had to stop him. In one case, physically prevent him from killing people. Do you recall this scene, Empire Strikes Back? Chewbacca's like, and Boba Fett's like, I'm gonna shoot you, Wookiee, and Vader has to reach over and slap the blaster down and away from Chewie so he doesn't die. And now he's like, I don't want to kill anybody, that would be mean. I don't know what the hell they're doing. I mean, I feel like I do know what the hell they're doing, I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that every single character that's popular doesn't have to be a hero now. No disintegrations. Yeah, like, not only did he have to tell him that, Vader knew Boba Fett well enough to know that if he had a choice, he was going to disintegrate some motherfuckers. He was like, seriously, don't. Like, he didn't feel the need to tell that to Bosk. He didn't feel the need to tell that to IG-88, the literal fucking droid. He stopped at Boba Fett and went, don't disintegrate anybody. Yeah, well, okay, DFW Dwegham, I'll counter that. The Rancor was never the bad guy. Now, admittedly, Return of the Jedi is largely, and this might be a hot take, but it is one that I have held since I was a child. Return of the Jedi is largely a piece of shit. Like, there are parts of Return... There's like half the movie of Return of the Jedi is like, this is pretty good, and half the movie's like, oh, look. The frog burped. Isn't that cute? But yeah, the Rancor was never a bad guy. We always felt sympathy for the Rancor. Maybe one of the best individual shots in Return of the Jedi was the dead Rancor and the Rancor handler who comes out and he's like, everybody get away, I'm gonna cry and be fat now. Feel sympathy, the Rancor was a real creature, not just a monster. And even as a child, I was like, oh, now I feel terrible for cheering for its death. Mr. Jacob Ross, how are you doing today, man? Can we get a shout out? For one, Mr. Jacob Ross, the artist formerly known as MCBTV, a variety streamer here on Twitch, one of my personal favorites, one of the people who got me into streaming and who has done a lot of our overlay elements right here on this very stream that we've been using for the last year. Dr. Rhino, oh shut up, god damn it. God damn it, Dr. Rhino. I'm 3D sculpting. We're gonna try something else. Dr. Rhino, I'm gonna make a bunch of minis and print them and then you're gonna paint them. How about that? We could do something like that. Thank you so much, Data Nerd. I appreciate that. I kept expecting that Rancor to eat him. What got me was it Black Krrsantan, the naughty Wookiee, who I believe he's from the comic books, isn't he? I never really read the comic books from Star Wars. How to put this into words? He ambushes Boba Fett, and I'm sorry, these are spoilers for the latest episode of Boba Fett that happened last week. I figure at this point, it's streaming, it's available to you the day that it comes out. If a week goes by and you haven't watched it, you probably don't care that much about spoilers. A Wookiee ambushes Boba Fett in a Bacta tank, butt-ass naked, and fails to kill him. And I'm like, what? What? Nobody is... like, nothing in Boba Fett is dangerous. Everything is super-duper low stakes, and it's very, very strange. The Kitty Gang gets me, Voxel Forge. The neutrinos? The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles neutrinos? Those ones you talking about? POV42 hitting that 10-month mark. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the subscription, POV. Thank you for the support, man. Relaxing after a bunch of home projects. Used to have the dick-flipping wrestler as my follower GIF. Wow, I missed that entirely. I was wondering how the hell he even got into the Bacta room. Like, there's really no guards, no alarms, no nothing? Like, nothing at all? I mean, that's minor. That's a nitpick, but I've told you guys about how I nitpick before. Like, nits that one might pick, I'll generally leave alone because they don't matter. If the story sucks, I start to get bored and my mind starts to wander, and I'll start noticing the little things that doesn't make any sense. If the story's good, the little things that don't make any sense, they'll pass right by. I'll never mention them because I'm entertained enough that I honestly don't even notice. This is ideal. This is the suspension of disbelief, the willing suspension of disbelief. Oh, Dr. Rhino's all full of fucking sass tonight. Tell me why, Voxel Forge. Tell me why. It's not even a bad show. It's just like, it's Star Wars, I guess. Because I sat through the Eternals. That doesn't count. I haven't sat through the Eternals. I don't intend to sit through the Eternals. That's like saying, you know, a kick in the nuts beats a poke in the eye. And, pass. Just in general. Oh boy. We haven't had a follower and viewer bot for a while. God, I wish somebody had told me earlier that I could just buy followers and viewers. I could just take the money that I don't have and pay some people in Russia and or India, and the little number would get real big and nothing would change. And wouldn't that be wonderful? I've almost entirely forgotten Dune. Like, I remember that it happened, but You know what I've been watching that I'm really liking? And by I've been watching, I mean I watched the first 3 episodes that were made available on HBO Max. Peacemaker. It's not perfect, but it's kind of great. It's not like... It's funny. It's real funny. I still think of you as MCB. I'm going to keep calling you MCB. I hope you're okay with that. It is surprisingly not, Roland. It has a real whiplash to it where it goes like real goofy and then it'll snap back to real serious all at once. Robert Patrick's character is like... I don't want to say. I don't want to say because I feel like watching it for Robert Patrick's incredibly uncomfortable performance is kind of part of it. But it varies wildly between very, very goofy and really serious and dark. And Vigilante is in the show, Adrian Chase, and he is fucking great. They picked a guy who has really great body language. Like, he's a really good body actor, which is perfect because, you know, he's wearing a head-to-toe full identity concealing costume. And I honestly, I don't even want to describe it too much. I don't want to sit here and tell you about the show. I just want to say, like, if you've if you've hung out in the stream by now, you're somewhat familiar with the things that I like, movies that I like, shows that I like, the reasons that I like them, the sort of attitudes and quality of writing that I get into. Peacemaker is worth watching. I'm not going to sit here and be like, Peacemaker is fucking amazing. Like, it's no Midnight Mass. It's no The Leftovers. It's no The Americans by any stretch of the imagination. By the way, if you haven't watched The Americans, honestly, leave this fucking stream right now. Go to your television. Find whatever service you can where you can watch The Americans from start to finish and watch the whole fucking show. Just go do it. It's amazing. Same thing for Midnight Mass. Go, get on Netflix, watch the show. Only like 8 episodes and it's incredible. To Square, welcome in. Yeah, the Eagle. Eagly the Eagle. Fucking Eagly. That's his name. He's, yeah. Oh yeah, I have a list of those things specifically, Dr. Rhino. Obscure things that you haven't seen that I can claim is amazing, and you can't prove me wrong because you haven't seen it. It's a carefully cultivated strategy. Pretty definitely. I'll finish my coffee and we'll get started on our 3D sculpting here. Now, I'm really enjoying Peacemaker though. There's 3 episodes out on HBO Max. It's very entertaining. I think it overshoots the mark in some of its comedic scenes, where it's like, everybody's gonna say dick and pussy now for the next 20 minutes. Like, they do that once or twice where it's like, okay, yeah, I get the joke, just go on with it. But it doesn't linger on those spots too long, and it has some bits in it that are genuinely funny enough I find myself not minding. It's definitely a James Gunn joint, and it's, oh my god, it's violent as all hell. Like my favorite movie being Event Horizon. We've been over this, Dr. Rhino. We've been over this. I'm not taking the bait. Ah, man, oh man, oh man. Dr. Rhino, how you doing? How's life, my friend? And folks, if you're not following Dr. Rhino, I mean, what are you doing? What are you doing? You like watching painting here on Twitch at all? Go follow that man. He's amazing. I haven't seen it, Roland. I couldn't speak to that. Speaking of favorite movies, you know what I did? I watched last night. I watched Twisted Pair by Neil Breen. I hadn't seen it. I've now seen 2 of his movies in full. The last Saturday of this month, which is, and I should remember this by now, it is the 29th. The last Saturday of this month, we'll be hosting our movie night on Discord. And for the first time, I have decided that I'm going to use OBS virtual camera so that I can stream to Discord along with my face cam. Because we are going to watch Neil Breen's Fateful Findings. And purely for the sake of posterity, I guess, I want to have recorded my own reactions to watching a Neil Breen movie I haven't seen for the first time, and experiencing it along with you fine people, because the more I watch his movies, it's like, you know, there's bad movies that are complete nonsense that your brain just disengages from at a certain point. You stop caring what it's about because it's just dumb and it's boring and you're like, yeah, I get it, okay, move on. Neil Breen's movies are so fucking nonsensical, but they have a quality to them, a David Lynch-like quality to them, where there does seem to be some sense to it. There is a thought behind it, and my brain, like, unconsciously, without me trying to do it, it's like I'm trying to get traction on the ideas. I start trying to follow the movie. A few things start to make sense in sequence, and I'm like, okay, I'm following it. I'm putting together the story. I know who this person is. I know what's going on. And then something comes out of nowhere and just completely derails me, and I'm totally disengaged from the movie again. And then a few scenes go by, and I start to engage again, and I start to make sense out of it, and then something comes along and just completely blows me off. Like, it is a surreal experience. And describing it does not capture it at all, but I kind of want a recording of what my face looks like as I'm watching one I haven't seen. Because I have never said what so many times during a single viewing as during a Neil Breen Film Amateur Paint Hour, hitting that 11 months. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for the subscription. Woot woot movie night. Yeah, I think it's going to be fun. So yeah, 29th, be on the Discord. I'll be streaming Fateful Findings. I don't know that we're going to do 2 movies that night. We might do 2 movies. We might just start late and do 1 movie so we can really focus on it. Come check it out. I want you to be there with me. I want you to experience this for the first time along with me. This can be something that we share, you and I. Like going into battle, you know? Something we can look back on. Like, hey, remember that time? Oh, shit, don't talk about that. Oh, my God. Punished Fink, welcome in. How you doing, man? Let's do some 3D sculpting. Just like Budapest. Did they ever explain what happened in Budapest? I couldn't bring myself to watch the Black Widow movie. I forgot who she even was for a second there. I could not bring myself to watch it, so I don't really know. I think I'm going to be able to do most of my work without using my graphic tablet tonight, because we're mostly going to be moving pieces around to build more of these here bases and trays. It's an amazing transition. It's an amazing transition, MCB, and thank you so much for putting that together for me. It's very similar to Age of Ultron, apparently, so... forgettable? What happened in Age of Ultron? There was a robot. There was a sassy robot, voiced by James Spader, I think, is what that movie was about. Yeah. It was when she killed some little girl. Oh, wonderful! That's exactly what I want in my superhero fare, is dreary darkness. I was just thinking I should go watch Man of Steel again. There was Ultron and it wasn't Age. Xanth, what would I do without you? Welcome in, man. I like Black Widow, but yeah, I don't remember watching. Like, you're almost guaranteed to like, on a certain level, every single Marvel movie that comes out. They're very constructed. They're very carefully put together. Some of them are like, well, this is actually a good movie and I enjoy it. It's rare that there's a Marvel movie that's really just like, oh, this is garbage and I don't want to see it. Like Thor 2. Who gives a shit about Thor 2? Iron Man 2... Again, though, I have a hard time saying that even Iron Man 2 or Thor 2 are bad movies. They're not bad movies. They're just not interesting or particularly fun movies. They don't hit the criteria for being bad. They're competently assembled. And this struggle of mine to define what is a bad movie is part of the reason that I hope each and every one of you will join me for our movie night to watch Fateful Findings. Because Fateful Findings is a bad movie. And it's important that we be on the same page as far as what that means. It's the best sort. It's the best sort of bad movie, though, I have to say. James Spader could be the voice of a high-tech bidet and I'd buy it. I mean, I can't disagree with that. That was maybe one of the things that irritated me about Ultron. If he had been voiced by literally anyone other than James Spader, I wouldn't have cared. But I like James Spader, and then I didn't like the character of Ultron, so I'm like, who cares? So this one's done. I've done this one. I did this earlier today. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next texture. Go ahead and make this subtool disappear. Increase my visibility count. Boop. Make that go away. Delete some more subtools here. Make that go away. Kind of want to save that. I think I'll move that up into this folder. And then we will bring out Rocky Dirt B, my second. So I've got a number of textures that I've put together that I then arrange bits on. This is my Rocky Dirt A texture, where I've added a couple of rocks, and it's just, you know, dirt and small rocks and a rough texture, pretty mild. This one is a little bit more severe with some more rocks, and I'm going to add some stuffs in here. Then we got C, again, slightly different. And then D, I don't know if I'm going to use this one. This one is really a very, very fine texture that I don't know is really going to translate all that well. I've reserved an Old Dominion starter box at your LGS. Dr. Rhino, fuck yeah, man. That's exciting. I'm excited to see you painting some Conquest. And I think you should still be able to, by the way, hit ! Conquest in chat to get a link over to Parabellum Wargames. And if you wind up buying something to get into Conquest, which I highly recommend, it's a great game, you can use code Thunderhead at checkout on their online store for a 10% discount. Bad movie, not like James Nguyen's Birdemic. Ooh. Different. I am familiar with Birdemic, and Birdemic is bad in similar ways, but I don't think Birdemic is as compelling by a long shot as a Neil Breen film. Oh, there are no undercuts on any of these, Vergaderung. It's just, it's real fine. It's finer than I wanted. I need to modify this one somewhat more. Let me show you some of my other textures that I have that I haven't quite decided what to do with. I like this one. I like this texture a lot. It's like, you see, like you can see, they're all vertical. There are no undercuts on any of this texturing. And I make sure that none of my details have any of that. Hamburg Tack, welcome in, my friend. That's what I'm saying, Dwegham, is Birdemic is bad in, like, a boring way. Birdemic is bad in the way that, like, you watch it for 10, 15 minutes and you're like, okay, I get it. I don't really need to watch the rest of this. You can't stop watching Neil Breen movies, though. You never know. You never know what's gonna happen next. I like this one. I like this one quite a lot. It's like river rocks. I haven't decided exactly what I want to do with it or what I want to add to it or how I want to diversify it. But I like this texture a lot. I was fooling around and put this one down. I'll figure out what I want to do with it. And then what else have I got? I got this one, which I might want to exaggerate some more. It's just kind of a cracked stone texture. Again, not really sure what I want to do with this. I might use this as a texture on something else that I build. This one, I think, is maybe too rocky to use in Fields of the Fallen, but I'm undecided. I might change my mind. I might swap that in for one of my other textures. And then these are the ones that I'm thinking about using for Nord bases. Hang on, let me change this color so it's a little bit easier to see here. I'm thinking about using this for my Nord-style bases, like adding in maybe some snowy parts, because it's kind of like a, excuse me, sort of like windswept rocky steppes is the theory that I'm going with. And I have a couple other that are similar to it. Much rockier than the Fields of the Fallen ones. Like, these three, I think, would make good Nord-style bases with some additions. Either way, they're good, easily dry brush textures. Old Dominion bases win! So I gotta do Spires and Nords, Dr. Rhino. But I'll tell ya, I really, like, I like doing bases and trays that are somewhat faction-specific, but I tried to keep them all general enough that there's no reason you couldn't use any of them with any faction you want. Like my Old Market Road bases could go with anybody. Fields of the Fallen could really go with anybody. It's not specifically Dwegham. And we're going to be building some more, but like here, you can see, this is what Fields of the Fallen looks like, and I've got multiple cultures on here. I have like a Celtic-style sword here. I have some broken halberd pieces. I have a broken arming sword. There's a Nord-style axe on the ground here. A militia shield, a hecked-up bassinet helmet. Like, you could justify using this with almost any faction. Welcome in, White Wolf. It's good to see you. Yeah, I like the Old Market Road. That's my favorite set. so far. I'm just gonna keep working on these, and we're gonna keep churning them out. Alright, make that go away. Let's work on this set here. I guess I do need to use my stylus a little bit here, because this needs a little bit of cleanup. Nothing too major, I just want to smooth out some of these edges. So it's not so obvious where a single rock was chopped in half. I don't want any hard edges on the transition from base to tray. I've already done that here. I guess right here a little bit. Smooth that. And right here, just smooth that real gentle-like.
Yo, I heard you liked battle mechs. So I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
So, functionally, they won't be Zombie Brush. They're going to be technically different, but not that different. The main reason that I'm redoing this now... Ah, damn it. Damn it. Hang on. I thought I changed that. Yeah, I know that Link 404 is. Let me fix that real quick, like. It's literally, I have to remove an S because he corrected it. There. Now the link should actually work when it pops up. I apologize for that. The reason I'm doing this Zombie Brush is because we are looking to have these be produced by a resin caster. And there are certain things that a 3D printer can easily do that are less friendly to molding and casting. So I am rebuilding these to be in line with the old market road bases, which have a few extra mechanical features. Most notably, and I can show you this right away, Zombie Brush Studios, these. You can see these things here. These little voids in the corners. I added these after the fact because... I think I did, didn't I? Hang on. Yeah, the link works now. Yes, he is Vergataron. Hey, what's up, Arkrave? How you doing? Yeah, no, he has no problem with doing these, and for that matter, this is actually a slightly modified version of the standard base. Let me show you what the standard one is now. This. This is what all the stands are going to look like, because the idea here is that you can either use the 3D printable trays, which are available, and these will just slot right down, and then you can build regiments like that, like you have a tray with 9 slots, and you chunk, put them all in, and the regiments all stick together. Or, I also have these little magnetic puzzle piece connectors, and you mount magnets in these little voids here, and then you snap the little puzzle piece in, and that will connect to another tray's puzzle. So you have 2 ways to link your stands together into regiments, and the ones that you have, Zombie Brush Studios, have these, but do not have these. These are also thicker than the ones that you have. I thickened them up because it's easier printing and casting, but they don't have quite so many thin spots. Back to work tomorrow. I'm gonna assume that's a good thing. I'm gonna say, yeah, and hope that I got that right. How you doing today, Valfera? Dr. Rhino, your special edition has not made the cut quite yet. Alright, minimize you. Minimize you. Let's bring up this again. I think that's pretty good. Move this out a little bit. Not a lot, just enough so it isn't a hard edge. Something I'm really trying to avoid on all of these, and one of the reasons I haven't done the standard issue, like, tile base, I'm really trying to avoid details that cross the boundary from stand to base. Some textures I won't be able to avoid that on, but for the most part I like to keep things interchangeable. Okay, I think that's a good start, and I think for the rest of this, shouldn't need this. We'll find out. We will find out together. Alright, Arkrave. I am glad to hear that you are feeling better in that case then. God, there's so many people either getting sick or having just broad employment issues now that someone goes, I'm back to work, and I'm like, wait, which one went wrong this fucking time? I'm glad to hear that you're feeling better though, Arkrave. It's that's some bullshit, man. Just noticed the chip in my coffee mug there. Absolutely not White Wolf. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yes, Dweghom, that is the plan. Alright, so let me start getting some bits imported here. I've already got a number of them, but I need to move some more in. So, let me go down here and append. Stone sword. Now I have already loaded up all of my little scatter bits, imported them, and textured them to my heart's desire, and now they should be easy to just arrange. That needs to stay there. Okay. Not you, but yes you. This Wahadrun style stone sword is particularly large. Actually, I am going to use my tablet because it's still easier to navigate on this thing than it is using my mouse. I've just been getting so used to navigating the 3D space using the mouse that now switching it up throws me off. Alright, so where do I want to put this bad boy? I have limited options on the infantry trays. So first we're going to rotate it. Nope, don't want to do that. Undo. Unlock. Center and reorient. There we go. Now we should be oriented at the center of the mesh. Yep. Probably angle it like so. Visually making sure that nothing overhangs anywhere. That's pretty good. Now, let's go ahead and use this mesh. Grab some pieces of it and kind of pull them up into here just to make sure that everything is gonna both print and cast. Real nice. As Vergaderung noted, we don't want any undercuts or funny little spaces. Implying I knew what I was doing before I started using them. I never imply that. So, I haven't... I got the Space Mouse for Gadarung briefly. I used it a little bit. I didn't love it. And I sent it back, and I haven't really looked back. I might try it again at some point in the future, but I don't know. I'm getting pretty quick at just using the stylus to navigate 3D space, so I don't know if I need it or not. It's just, yeah, man, that shit is so fucking expensive for what it does. Hey, what's up, Admiral Ryder? How you doing? Welcome in. And thank you so much for the follow. I saw that. I might end up getting a Space Mouse again or giving it another shot, but at the time, it didn't seem like a worthwhile investment to me. I'm just eliminating this undercut here. There we go. That should print pretty decent, I think. Hey, the infamous chicken. Not famous, but infamous. He is legend. Infamous Chicken, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Alright, we got a stone sword. Let's bring in something else fun. Let's append in... How about a Greek-style shield that I made? Whoop, there it is. How do you do, fellow painters? Pun expected, it's good to see you, man. I just haven't listed it, Valfera. It's done. It's ready to go. I just, it's embarrassing. I've got so much shit that I'm working on that sometimes I legitimately forget to forward things to Steel Warrior. I'll make sure that I get that out there. Or like it in Blender so I can sculpt and control the camera at the same time. Again, I may try it again for Gadarung. It might have been a matter of, at the time, I wasn't familiar enough with the software to really make sense of it. But at the time, it didn't seem like it was something I wanted to be using. Again, we'll have to try it again at some point. I want you to go no further than that. Now let's bring it... Oh, autosave. Yeah, go ahead, do your thing. I have... Oh my god, I have so many projects that need to be released, and like I said, it's better to have too much work than not enough, but right now I definitely have too much. Which is why I'm seizing every opportunity I can to get some 3D work done. Wolf and Spawn, a very good morning to you as well. Project Dark Fox, welcome in, man. Unfortunately, this project at this point is fairly large, so the autosave takes a bit of time. At the same time, waiting a minute or so every so often prevents me from losing all my work, so yeah, that's fine. I'll deal with that. What is the distance between the bases here? Azri, the whole stand is 66 millimeters square. The distance between the Conquest bases is... Yes, Wolfenspawn, these are Conquest bases. So this whole thing is 66 millimeters to an edge, and these are roughly 28 millimeter bases in here. So you're looking at 4 millimeters maybe for this space here. And everything, as usual, has a bunch of magnet slots in it, including the bottoms of the bases. This is all designed to be magnetized together. Alright, here's something I want to do real quick. Let's make this disappear for the moment. Instead of modifying the dirt mesh, maybe I can modify the shield mesh. Because we don't need the underside to do much of anything except connect with the base. Yeah. I left this concave in case I wanted to use this side for something, but in this case I don't really. So I'm just gonna bring a lot of this down. I could have just stuck a sphere in here and modified the size of it, but whatever, this'll do. Just deforming the back face as much as I need to. Without grabbing the front too much. Oh, I did. Whoopsies. I didn't turn on back face masking because I'm stupid. Let's just go back. Until the shield looks the way I want it to. It's a bit extra deformed there. The trouble with working with thin meshes is sometimes you can accidentally over-deform it like that. Backface mask. Yes, thank you very much. Now I should be able to drag that and bring it down. That is fine. And the front remains as it should. Alright, let's grab a little bit of a bigger piece in that case. Bring it down. Don't need any undercuts. Only the top face. That should be fine. Make that visible again. Nope, not you. There we go. All better. Hey, Sphere, how's it going? There, you know, Dwegham, there are as many ways to do shit in this software as you feel comfortable doing it. And at no point do I promise that what I'm going to be doing is going to be the most efficient or even the most sensible way to accomplish any given task. A little bit more. There we go. That'll work nicely. Looks like it's partially buried under dirt. Undead Romans, yeah, that's the new whatchamacallits, Old Dominion, which I don't know that I'm gonna mess with Old Dominion as a faction. I'm really personally kind of waiting for the city-states, which will probably be next year. And they are the more, like, Greek-inspired faction. You mean like right here? Oh, look, it's gone. And I'll do a check on these also. If there are any voids that appear inside, I can fill those up easily enough. Alright, there are 2 pieces. I need 1 per base, so let's go ahead and append in a new piece. How about a busted up kettle helm? I could have this kind of leaning up against a rock over here on the base. I think that's a good idea. Now, I want the side that has the dent in it facing upward, I'm thinking. Go. Make these guys go away again. I need to start using these visibility subgroups. It's a new thing, apparently, for ZBrush 2022 that I haven't really messed with, but it seems really useful. You just set which objects are visible in each subgroup, and then as you select groups while you're working on things, it makes things faster, but I haven't worked it in yet. Kind of want to sculpt up some goo-animated statuary instead of bone mausoleums. What the fuck is goo-animated statuary? What? I have no idea. I have no idea what you're talking about, Gotta Run. Yeah, they've got a lot of really cool styles to their work sphere. The Dragon Faction. Statues animated by goo. I mean, I guess that's the most obvious answer. No, Roland, no. No. There was one Ghostbusters movie. You shut your mouth. Not you, Riot Sister. You're fine. How's it going?
Hello there.
Oh, no, I get it. I get the reference. Dancing toaster and all. I just hate it. How can you possibly love Ghostbusters 2, Project Dark Fox? Ghostbusters 2 is, like, the worst sort of sequel. I mean, of course it was better. Ghostbusters 1 is nearly a perfect movie. I don't know. I don't know what to do with you people half the time. I need to adjust my autosave settings so that it doesn't try to autosave as soon as I'm not touching the screen for 30 whole seconds. Vigo the Carpathian and Janusz were maybe the only compelling aspects of that entire movie to Square. And what else have you seen that actor in, by the way, who played Vigo the Carpathian? He was in, like, that one Sam Neill movie. And other than that, what has he done? I shouldn't be too harsh on Ghostbusters 2. It's not like a terrible movie. It's Ghostbusters 2 I dislike insofar as I really, really like Ghostbusters 1. And so I kind of dislike Ghostbusters 2 because it isn't Ghostbusters 1. And that's not strictly fair. But it's also just kind of how it is. It's like, I complain about shows where they make a really, really good first season and the second season is just okay. Like Westworld. Because, like, Westworld Season 1 is so fucking good. Westworld Season 1 is an amazing, clever show. Couple of weaknesses specifically in action scenes, but that's the kind of thing that I can totally let go because the action scenes don't really matter. And then there's Westworld Season 2 that's just like, okay, you obviously had no idea how to continue this series, and I wish that you had just stopped. It's really, really obvious when people have a great idea for, like, one season or one story arc, and that one story arc makes them a bunch of money, so they're like, I guess we have to keep doing this because it's making money. That's what Westworld Season 2 is. They're like, oh no, we planned out 4 seasons. Bullshit. Obviously, I know that the writers of Westworld are in this chat right now, clearly listening to me because they value my opinion greatly. But, that said, bullshit. They didn't plan dick. They planned one fucking arc, and it ended, and then they went, quick, write something, and it was trash. He was in Addams Family too. Wait, really? Was he? Addams Family Values? Wait, did I? When is the last time I watched Addams Family Values? That was a long time ago. I don't think I remember what happened in that movie. Wait, there was a baby. They had a baby. He was the camp counselor. Oh, okay, I guess I vaguely remember that. Vigo's actor was one of Hans Gruber's henchmen in Die Hard. Wow, was he really? You would think I'd remember his face. I append myself in a sphere that I can work with here. Drop that down. Move it over here. This is honestly a better way to do this than just grabbing and moving topology like I was. Since I can do the same thing to the damn sphere. This to fill up all this void space and then cut off any pieces that I don't want. There we go. Alright, let's see how that's connecting with the rest of everything else. Pretty reasonably. Not leaving any undercuts. There we go. You can go down a little bit there, friendo. Why won't you fucking move? Get out of here. There we go. I want to start using these visibility groups. They seem really useful. For what I'm doing right now, they seem like they'd be really useful, but I need to spend some time learning how to do them quickly. The actor, you heard he murdered someone? Really? Oh my god, that's terrible. I had no idea. It's saying there's going to be a 4th season of Westworld. I quit halfway through Season 2. Westworld Season 2 was such a sharp dip in quality that I had zero interest in continuing that series, particularly when, like, I probably would have been fine with it if Season 1 hadn't been as good as it was, but I loved Season 1, and then Season 2 came along, and I was like, oh, this is pointless. This is just, ugh, left a very poor taste. Alright, let's bring ourselves in a full-size sword, I'm thinking. Probably of the Nord style. And maybe I shrink it a little bit to fit on the base better. Not a lot. 90%? Yeah, there we go. And probably... I want to cover up this flat spot here, so I'll probably just have it lying across the base. Like so. Oop, don't do that. Don't do that. You know better. You know better than to do that. There we go. Now reset our orientation so we can move it straight up. Like so. Just a slight twist to it. Nothing major. Now I am going to grab this base mesh and just move it up into contact, because that's easier than creating a whole new subtool. Very gentle-like. That's the whole reason I'm redoing this, is these meshes just need to be more friendly to molding and casting and easier to print. Taking all the funny little artifacts out of the initial run. It's something I'm always trying to do with every single file that I make, is improve the quality of my meshes. Make them as efficient as possible. Make the file sizes low and the detail high. Oh, to square. Oh, thank you. Oh god. Seaborg stare. Welcome in, my friend. How you doing? Sharp dip in quality is the name of my cave-aged extra sharp cheddar cheese. Wait, what the fuck? What's a good vortex mixer on the affordable side? Who's the guy? What's the guy's name? There is, if you're US based, Typhoon. Look up Typhoon paint mixers, because the guy takes like old, heavy lab mixers, like the big steel models that have been retired, and he refurbishes them to be paint mixers and sells them fairly cheap. I think you can get them for like $100. They're really nice. Is it pronounced cyborg? That seems possible. Seaborg. Seaborg. The dreaded Seaborgs. It's like a cyborg from Atlantis. Why you gotta make fun of the way I say things, Riot Sister? What are you calling me out for? What are you doing? Riot Sister, you gonna come watch Neil Breen movies with us on the 29th? I hope you are. I hope you are especially. I want to experience your reaction to slowly going mad along with me. It might not even be slow. It might be kind of sudden. Down. There we go. Because I needed to turn on subtractive. I have the first print tester for the first one of these that I did on the Mars 2 at this very moment. Looks pretty good. No major undercuts to speak of. Cyborg Star. Okay. Alright, fine. I guess I won't call him Seaborg. You had to go and call me out, Riot Sister. Make me look like an asshole. Now I can't possibly say it wrong. What is your opinion of the movie Eastern Promises? I very much like it. Eastern Promises was a part of that weird, because those of you, I don't know how familiar people are with David Cronenberg's body of work, but suffice to say that prior to the existence of A History of Violence and Eastern Promises, Cronenberg was known for some very, very particular elements of his writing and filming. Specifically, twisted and disturbing body horror. And, like, kinda, yeah, exactly, Kursala, kinda science fiction-y / Stygian body horror. Did Cronenberg do, did he do Society, or was that somebody else? I can't remember who wrote or directed Society right now, and I'm feeling a little stupid. But, yeah, Cronenberg was known for a very, very particular style of work, and it had nothing to do with, like, crime drama, or anything particularly, like, realistic in a sense. Like, if you watch Naked Lunch, there are elements of realism in Naked Lunch, but a lot of it is very, very surreal. And then he did History of Violence, which was a fucking great movie with some really killer performances. And I think that I don't want to say that Eastern Promises, again, I'm not saying Eastern Promises is bad. It just, I have a similar issue with it that I have with some of the things we were talking about earlier, where it's like, it's good. It's good. But it's like, History of Violence was better, and Eastern Promises was so similar to History of Violence that when I compare the two, which I kind of have to because they're right next to each other and they're so similar in form, that I'm left with just watch History of Violence. It's a better movie. I think they're both good though. Viggo Mortensen introduced me to what is it? He does a hand gesture in that one where he's threatening to kill somebody, and he like points at him and he goes like this, like 2 fingers into the neck, and I'm always left like thinking, what the fuck does this mean? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna stab me in my neck twice? It's very threatening, but I don't know what it represents. It's a good movie, which is I don't want to say anything bad about it. You know, it's a great movie. It's just that I have to compare it to History of Violence, and I think I prefer History of Violence. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure, Cyborg Stare, that it means I'm going to stab you in the neck. I'm just like, I feel like there are much more common, like, slicing of necks, but he's like, I'm gonna jab you in the neck twice. It's very specific and strange. Not that it's not threatening, just that it's a little confusing. Either way, I don't want Vigo mad at me. Also, you get to see Vigo's, like, whole gooch in that movie. For anyone who has not seen Eastern Promises and you find yourself wondering, like, what does Viggo Mortensen's taint look like? He is going to show the whole thing to the camera. He's going to leap into the air, legs spread, butt-ass naked, full center frame in one scene. You're not prepared for it. I guess thinking about it, Eastern Promises, like, the more I think about Eastern Promises, I remember it actually had some pretty great action choreography in it. There's a whole fight sequence that Viggo Mortensen has with, I think, a couple of Chechens. In the context of the story, they're like Chechen gangsters. And they attack him in, like, a men's bathhouse while totally naked, using, like grout knives, like, you know, those nasty little hooked knives that you use to pull the grout out from between tiles? They're not even particularly sharp, they just have a nasty hook on them. So it's a naked Viggo Mortensen versus two leather-clad Chechens with grout knives. It is so worth watching. Alright, let me get a fourth piece in here. I don't think there's such a thing as too many shields, so I'm going to go with a Nord round shield this time. Take up some good real estate. Drop that down in there. I think we can probably lower that even more. Maybe some rope or something. It's an interesting idea, Vergata. I could probably scatter some rope around. I think I've got a rope brush I could do that with. I'm gonna get the main pieces done and then maybe come back to them. I've got some other scatter bits, but I'm kind of saving them for other base designs. I want to use everything on one set, otherwise they're not unique. Pull this up into the shield. And let's go ahead and make our shield vanish for a moment. Just so I can kind of yank this topology up. As much of that texture visible as I reasonably can. That's not bad at all. And still flat enough. This is something I'm always conscious of when I'm making these, is you need enough flat spaces arranged. And generally, if you're making bases, I have found that leaving flat spaces in a triangle will mean most minis can be glued down easily. Like, you can have a foot here and a foot here, like 1, 2, 3, like so. You're probably always going to have flat spaces for a mini to actually glue their feet down to. It's really tempting when you're just making bases by themselves to just fill them with details. Just put stuff everywhere. But kind of like when you're designing mechs and you put too many greeblies on them so there's no place to put decals or paint details. If you don't leave places for the fucking miniature to go, you're just making a goofy battlefield diorama and not a mini base. Well, a lantern, camp debris, a bucket. I'm sticking almost entirely with arms and armor for this Riot Sister, because this, in my head, is a... Short of putting in, like, severed limbs and stuff like that, this is just meant to be a battlefield with a mixture of broken arms and armor from a whole different series of cultures that can be kind of mixed and matched. And I don't want it to be too busy. That's not a bad idea, Cyborg. Yeah. I've got 2 helmets that I'm working. I have like a little library of bits that I've worked up. And I'm going to be using those ones primarily today, but I could add things to it. So, I mean, please feel free to toss me some ideas. A frying pan? Yeah, when I do, like, the Shire, we'll have a frying pan and a little box of salt. People will love that. Kind of meta, you know, because Thunderhead be so salty, yo. How about broken arming sword? Move to the center of the mesh. If I can make this work over here. Kind of sticking up out of the ground a little bit might not be terrible. It's only because there's less sculpted detail in the... I could just put rocks over there, actually. Have this be in one of these spaces. You have more room to spread things out when you're doing, like, the cavalry and the monster bases. Very limited spaces to work with on these infantry-sized. And I also bear in mind that while I'm arranging these all together as one big image, these bases can go effectively on any other stand or tray. So you can mix and match quite a lot. Dragon Printer, welcome in. Broken spear shafts. I've actually got some of those. I haven't put them on this one yet. Pretty good. Oh, whoops. Keep forgetting to switch Z additive function. I'm still pretty new to ZBrush. I'm still kind of working out my workflow here. I've just gotten better at it recently. It just takes practice. Practice and familiarity. There we go, that's pretty good. cuts. So much of working in this software, in any 3D software, is honestly how you organize your projects and how you organize your workflow. The actual tasks are not really that difficult. It's all about thinking about what you want to accomplish from the very beginning and doing it kind of as simply as possible while leaving yourself windows to go back and make modifications. What's up, Avash? How you doing? Xander Shade, welcome in, my friend. Yeah, I've got some arrows, Riot Sister, that I've made up. I've honestly found that they're kind of too small. Part of the trick here is that I don't want too much detail. There is such a thing as too many scattered little bits. And I try to remain restrained. If they're too small, people miss them entirely, and even if you paint them, they don't show up all that well. And at that point, a little extra dirt texture probably goes a long way. I consider that a lot of people are probably going to toss in a little bit of flocking here and there too, so you leave some empty spaces. Actually seems pretty good to me. Put in a couple of rocks. Some of these spots that don't have a whole lot of dirt texture on them. There we go. Remove that mask, and let's go ahead and grab our move brush again. Just bring this up to meet it. That, honestly, feels pretty good to me. I like that. Hey, what's up, Shezza Gaming? How you doing? There's a joke about being too small, and it's a joke about wieners. Just finished a
Welcome back to
50
Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 4. Thunderhead slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. Oh, I suppose I need more paint, he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
Deep inside. Agony. Submit to the Storm Report along with a pic of your setup for detail work, aka your computer desk. Xander Shade, I'm interested to see what you got, man. No, don't clip me sticking my stylus in my nose. That is, not great behavior. 50 Shades of Grey filament for these design streams. Filament? Yeah, a special filament for these streams, do we? We're having, again, like a weirdly warm winter. I keep feeling like we're gonna pay for this come February, March. It snowed a few times, and then outside today it was like 55 degrees again. It's really pretty temperate. It's kind of bizarre. Yeah, Rio, you're so lazy, dude. You never do any work or art of any kind. You certainly don't produce pieces fucking prolifically and constantly. No, that doesn't sound like you at all. That's what you get for living in the Great White North, for Gadarum. Even though you've told me otherwise, I'm going to continue to assume you live in Canada. I've even said that to you, and you've corrected me, and I'm just like, nope, that's how it is. Alright, so now, I need to go ahead and do a little bit of grouping here. Let's grab you, and let's make a new folder. And in that folder, I will put all of the basing bits that I have on this. There we go. There. Let's go ahead and merge these. And then make that go away. Append in our merged version of this. Back our base mesh. Now let's cut some business off of here. Where's my trim rectangle? Trim rectangle, here we go. Oh, that's right, that's my Control-Shift brush. So I don't want all this stuff extending down below my surface texture. I really want that to just end. So oh no, it didn't cut the right pieces. Alright, undo that. I have the wrong part selected. There we go. I know what I'm doing sometimes. Not very often, but sometimes. There we go. Now I'm going to go ahead and duplicate you. And then make the primary original disappear. Move you down here. Alright, all that's visible should be these two parts, so let's go ahead and merge them. Once merged, they are their own tool. I guess I could clip that stone. That doesn't go down far enough, or in a part that has a magnet slot. I'm not really worried about it. Alright, so now I should be able to just dynamesh all these together into one solid contiguous mesh. I do like Dynamesh. It's a very cool feature. Let's bump our resolution up. We're at 3.5 million points on this mesh right now. Now, did I do that right is the question, because if I go and tell this to split to parts, it shouldn't do anything? Oh, no, that's fine. It split to the right parts. Okay, good. Wonderful. Now these are all one singular mesh. Which I actually shouldn't have split them like that, but that's okay, that's okay. We can go to our Decimation Master and break this down. What are we at? 800,000 points. We need that significantly lower. Pull up Decimation Master. 350,000 points, 800,000 points overall. Let's see what that looks like at 200,000 points. Go ahead and pre-process those. Our November was basically like late summer. It was ridiculous. Fall basically didn't happen here. It snowed twice over the course of the winter so far, and it's kind of ridiculous. Alright, we are pre-processed. Decimate. Bam. We are down to 166,000 points. And honestly, looking pretty good. A little roughness on the bottom surface there, but that's all additive, so that shouldn't be an issue. Yeah. I think that'll do. Now with that built, I can really just export these directly to STLs. So let's go ahead and hit the 3D Print Hub utility, update our size ratios to where they should be, and export. V2 infantry, working files, infantry B. Save that. Wham blam. And I like to do my final combination in 3D Builder because I'm a fucking savage. But it just makes it easier for me to line things up. So let's see. Infantry, working files, infantry B. Let's just open up 3D Builder to start with. Nope. Nope. It's the wrong button. Might notice I'm just using a monitor capture this time, which I don't normally do. But I figured I'd be working in more than one piece of software, so thank you for saying so, David Rogers. We're mostly just trying to make them mold and cast friendly this time. Working files, infantry B, go ahead and open all of these up. Import. Do a mesh check on them. Quick repair. It should be quick. If the repair isn't quick, then I've done something very, very wrong. No. Alright. Now, let's go ahead and load in my base tray. Raw files, infantry tray and bases with tabs, just like so. You should be at 0, 0. Ungroup. Now grab all these bad boys. And let's reorient you to the same X and Y. Oh, don't do that. Deselect. There we go. That should merge in nicely. Finished a book today, Project Hail Mary. It's a super fun, spacey, sciencey ride for my fellow bookworms. I don't think... When's the... Oh my god. I feel like I'm getting dumber as I get older. When's the last time I sat down and just read a fucking book? What's wrong with me? I used to read all the time.
Used to feel is what the people want, and rememory offers us exactly that. Retros, remembered treasures of the forgotten past.
Do you mean by cast and mold friendly, resin mold or rubber mold or something else? So, I'm not sure what our caster uses for their actual mold material. Probably silicone rubber in order to then cast them in resin. And that's the reason that I'm redoing. You might recognize this base style. It already exists on the Steel Warrior Studios website, but I didn't design them to be friendly for resin casting. And we're looking to make them available in cast resin rather than having to 3D print each one individually, because that takes a lot of time and energy. And particularly with bases, you need a lot of them, you know? I think he's Canadian. He's either Canadian or North American, which I realize doesn't narrow it down very helpfully, but he's done some good work in the past. I think he's Canadian. We got some samples of his work that we like quite well. Alright. Now, what I need to do is start doing my renders in ZBrush, but currently I don't. Currently I do them in Fusion. I've just got all my settings in Fusion kind of just the way I like them. And I need to port that over into ZBrush, because it's better for doing visualizations. But I've learned so many new things lately that I'm sticking with what I know on this for the moment.
Nobody wants more of it. How it used to feel is what the people want, and rememory offers us exactly that. Retros, remembered treasures of the forgotten past.
So let's load this in and get a little look at it. One of the funny things about Fusion is every time you load an OBJ into it, for whatever reason it uses, and I don't know how to change this, it uses centimeters as its standard measurement unit, and not millimeters, and I don't know why, and I don't know how to change it. But essentially, anytime I load anything in here, I have to drop it down to 10% of its imported size to get everything to line up. Yeah, we're trying to have more things available as cast resin in general, because 3D, like, resin printing is cool, and it's great for selling files, but as far as mass production goes, like, it's a lot of work. To print, and then to remove it from the plate, and clean it, remove the supports, and put it, like, oh my god, it is much, much easier for mass production to mold and cast. More reliable, too. Like, I've printed all of my own bases for my 100 Kingdoms army, and even I am like, you know, I'd like to just buy a bunch of these from somebody instead of having to make them all myself. And I'm the fucking guy who creates them, so, you know. Check export settings for OBJ export, defaults to millimeters, but you can change it. See, it's not export settings, though, to Square. It's only on imports. And that's why I think the answer isn't to figure out how to get Fusion to import in millimeters. The answer is to just start rendering in ZBrush like a sensible fucking person. Because what I'm doing right now is roundabout and janky. It's just how I taught myself to do it, and I know that I need to correct it. It's just that I'm used to the rendering settings in Fusion, and I'm not used to the rendering settings in ZBrush yet. I just want to get a little render on this bad boy and see how it looks. You see, like, I've constructed rendering scenes using, like, I'm so backwards, and I'm not even going to pretend like this is the right idea. Don't do what I'm doing right here. Just render your shit in software that's designed for it. Or like, rendering things in Fusion when you build them in Fusion is fine, but this backwards import bullshit I'm doing is crazy. I've even generated my own light sources using luminescent materials. That's what these two light sources are. These are just objects that have a luminescent surface on them. They're not like actual rendering light sources. In ZBrush, you can just create light sources. But again, we're not doing things smart. Yeah, and that's the issue, Kursala, is that it's the standard unit that Fusion uses, because Fusion struggles to import anything, at least in my experience. Fusion struggles to import most file types that aren't OBJs. But OBJs, again, just store size. So you need to have the unit information in the software, and Fusion defaults to centimeters. I don't know why. I guess I guess it's smart that they went with metric, but the designers just never figured we'd be making things this small. It's not made for miniature sculptors. So, you know, this is me jamming a square peg in a round hole here. Ha ha ha, bolt thrower with the jokes! You know what? You're gonna get more hills. Like, you're kidding, but it is gonna happen. Not right now, but it is gonna happen. I assure you, Drakari, everything goes into the right-shaped hole in my sculpts. I want to rotate this. That's not a good angle. Probably pretty good. Alright, let's see what it looks like. Move it over to the side a little bit here so you guys can actually see it. How about that? I only just made... What was the final count on those hills that I just sent to Steel Warrior Studios Vergaderung? Do you remember? I know I told you. Is like 68 hex hills? Oh my god, I know that there are more maps, but in all seriousness, like, if you print out a quarter of those fucking hills, I have a hard time believing that you can't make almost any Battletech map out of those. Maybe not specific ones, but if you just, like, are shifting pieces around randomly, like, you can fill up a table so fast. It's a lot of hills, Kursal. I got really good. You know, if I had been counting, I might have forgot around. But I wasn't when I counted after the fact. I got really good at making them very quickly by the end, Kursala, which was the goal. Honestly, part of, in my head, one of the reasons I wanted to do all those Battletech hills was I just, like, I recognized I just need hours in ZBrush. I just need time in the 3D space, moving things around and doing tasks to become more familiar with it, and that I got out of it, very much so. About halfway through this render. This looks pretty good though, huh? And I think should still have enough places for models to actually be attached to them, which is always part of the trick. Thank you. You know what, David Rogers Games? I appreciate that. Any chance I get to feel like I'm doing something semi-professionally is good. It beats back the imposter syndrome. I know, Bolt Thrower. I'm just fucking with you. I'm glad that, because I know one of the complaints, I always get a little bit of a complaint when I post those hills. There's always someone who's like, why don't you just make them modular so I can build my hills a hex at a time? And I'm just like, I hate that bullshit. I hate it so much. I'd much rather just have, like, a bin of pre-made hills that I can chuck out and randomize into a table. Maybe it's just because I play too many actual tabletop games, or because I like to go to my friendly local game store to play the games, and I don't necessarily want to leave them set up in one place all the time. But I like to show up, set up my terrain in under 10 minutes, play the game, and then when I'm done playing the game and I'm tired and my feet hurt, just sweep them into a fucking bin and be gone, and not have to disassemble or pull out little fucking clips or deal with any tiny little fine parts or interlocks or crazy bullshit like that. I feel like the gaming community has gone nuts with shit like that over the last few years, just because we can have them. Like, I genuinely feel like the 3D printable wargaming terrain world is replete with over-designed systems. There's definitely such a thing as over-designing. And if you want that, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with using something that is over-designed, but I am all about practicality. At least as far as my terrain goes. It should be next week, Dragon Printer. Those files should be available next week. I've got, that's Desert 3 that's on my printer up there. On my Neptune 2 camera. I've got a bunch of them printed out. They're in my closet right now. They've all come out beautifully, though. Yeah, Vergaderung. And that's on all my hills. Like, I just like to take, like, a sandy texture paste, like Vallejo sandy texture, and wipe it over the top, and then clear out the little hex markings and do a little bit of flocking, and then paint them, and just be done. And I'm really upping the texture on the new hills a lot, because the idea is you shouldn't have to do anything more complex than... Like, I'm painting them with rattle cans at this point. I rattle can in the colors, I dry brush a little bit, and boom, I'm done. Oh, they'll definitely be available for that Dragon Printer. Dude, if you're doing an event, please take pictures. I know it can be hard to remember sometimes, even when you tell yourself you're gonna. I've run enough events to know I wake up in the morning going, I'm going to take pictures of everything that happens today. And then the end of the day comes along and I flop down on the couch and I realize it took like 4 pictures. But if you can remember to, please send me pictures. We could do that. Yeah, we could totally do that, Dragon Printer. If you guys want to see some really just like mindless painting and flocking on the Hex Hills, I'll do it. I'll do a stream of that. I gotta do it anyway. Like putting flower tufts in between some hexes. Yeah, that's pretty good. I like to do grass around where the elevations go up. Because I figure moisture would kind of gather there, you know? You know, Sheza, this is something we've been talking about, is I'm terrible at making YouTube content for whatever reason. But legitimately, it could be neat to do some YouTube videos of edited streams where I paint Hextech shit. I mean, I sell Hextech. The least I could do is show people how fucking easy it is to paint. I do consider how easy something is to paint as I design. I think they're great, Bolt Thrower. They're big neoprene hex mats. What's not to love? They named them poorly, apparently, but they're fixing that. I mean, like, I like to chuckle at CGL as much as the next guy, but that one, like, admittedly, they should have looked to see if anything else had that name before they named their product that. But I can only talk so much shit because I named my entire product line Hextech, and then that fucking League of Legends show came out, and now Hextech is all over Instagram because it's like the name of magical technology in League of Legends. And I'm like, oh shit. My only hope is that literally no one is going to confuse a fictional system of magical technology in a Netflix show with 3D printable Battletech terrain. Like, I don't think there's any risk of that happening, but I'm very aware of the fact that that happened. Take out all the rants and just include you working. What fun would that be, Data? Who would even watch that? Hextech versus Hextech. Always rebrand to Tech. That's not a bad idea, honestly, Sumitha. Just to be sure, we might go ahead and knock the CH to K. We also had that when I released the, because before the fucking Omicron variant popped up, we were coming up with names for, oh, this render's just about done. We were coming up with names for the new buildings for Trinity City, and I was like, it's the Omicron Tech District, and then like 3 days later, they're like, Omicron variant is the next big thing. I'm like, fuck. Every time people buy the new Trinity City shit, they're gonna be thinking about COVID now. Well done, me. Gonna make some Hextech terrain. There you go. You absolute fucking maniac. Hamburg tech. Oh my god. 142. Hamburg. 142 gift subs. You absolute madman. Thank you so much for your support, Hamburg. Bolt Thrower, I hope you enjoy not having to watch commercials at the very least when you come into the stream. Go ahead and save this bad boy here. There. We made one, and I'm happy with the final render. And then there's, you know, this mesh. This is what the actual mesh looks like. Now, my curiosity... How big are the files? 6222, that's perfect. That's perfect. I'm always looking for how large the actual file is. Another thing I'm hyper aware of because I collect so many STLs, a lot of people do not optimize their meshes. Oh my god, for the love of all that is holy on earth, people, if you are making STLs to sell to people, please optimize your fucking meshes. I don't know how many I've bought that are so much bigger than they need to be.
There's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye. and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
The wiener jokes, so many of them, and they're so good. They're so good, they never get old. Okie dokie. Let's come back to our main
Warning.
file here.
Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for
away.
handling razor blades.
And let's go ahead and pull up our next. Is that still selected? I don't want that to be selected. I want C. There we go. And this will be the next one. Yeah, it's just my bad luck that I chose the Greek alphabet to name all of my shit, for the most part, Data Nerd. Like, what are the odds that all of this would coincide? What are the odds? I mean, pretty good, apparently. You know, roughly 100%, because that's how probability ultimately works when things happen, when the waveform collapses. Let's go ahead and duplicate this texture. Let me make this one go away. There we go. Oh, it's in the wrong folder. There we go. Let's pull you out. And you are now centrally featured. And we can start bringing in details. So I'm going to go with a footman shield to start off with this time. Let's go ahead and center our widget. And start moving this guy around. It is popular. It's popular in the same way that, like, Latin was popular after the fall of the Roman Empire, where it sounds very kind of, like, officious and esoteric and mystical. And if you just, like, say what are essentially just parts of the alphabet, or if you just speak in Latin, then everyone goes, ooh, that sounds important, when really you're just saying very normal sentences. People are funny about foreign languages that way. In that case, not even foreign, just languages they don't speak. About there, what do you say? That looks pretty good. Now we can use our move brush. And just kind of grab these bits and move them up to eliminate any undercut space. Here first, and then do it on the end, and then I can just fill in everything in between. I should break out Cyberpunk 2077 again. I've heard that they've made a lot of improvements to it, but I haven't touched it since it released. I don't know why this tune made me... Well, it's kind of cyberpunky. Just immediately thought of CP 2077. How else are the priests supposed to impress and befuddle? Yeah. That was the idea. The people don't speak Latin, so if we say everything in Latin and make sure that the book is written in Latin, they'll never know how full of shit we are. It's pretty brilliant, actually. There, that works. I mean, obviously it's brilliant. It worked. Continues to. One of the things I'm trying to correct in this set, too, is I had a bit too much on the Z-axis when I originally did this. No, Drakari, you're confusing. That's why I mention a bunch of, like, filmmakers and art house bullshit. That, yeah, this part of the song definitely is to Square. It's why I mention, like, I don't actually enjoy watching David Lynch movies. I just mention David Lynch because I know that a lot of people haven't seen it. So if I'm like, oh, David Lynch is such experiential and experimental cinema, then a certain portion of my viewers will go, wow, this guy knows movies. No, I'm just a hipster asshole. I assure you. You know what? I want to change this a bit. Select the goddamn mesh. Thank you very much. Dip the end of it down. Oh my god, Slender Teen. Is that like Young Justice but for Slender Man? You know? You got like Superboy and Superman, you got Slender Man and Slender Teen? I could buy that. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, Data Nerd, thank you for the reminder. I don't have anything to drink. I've been sitting here not drinking anything this whole time. Folks, give me a second. I'm gonna hit you with the BRB screen for 1 minute. I'll be right back, and I can start, you know, drinking the pain away. Here we go. Data Nerd. I enjoy 3D printers too. I have probably too many of them at this point for my tiny little office. I got myself a granola bar. I bought a whole thing of these at Costco last time I was there. What are they? What do they say on them? Nature Valley granola bar, sweet and salty nut. Which, you know, go right ahead, go wild with that one. But the point that I want to bring up on this is it says granola bar, which would seem to imply that this is some sort of healthy snack. But they have like this layer of, what is it? I think it says on here. dipped in peanut and almond butter coating. Like, this shit's just candy. There's no way this is healthy in any way, shape, or form. There's way too much sugar
Here
in
at
here.
Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
You can get that nut all up in my mouth. They're delicious, but I think that they're just candy. I'm pretty sure they're just candy. Gus Schultz, good to see you, man. Welcome in. Hamburg. I like them. But again, I think I'm just eating a candy bar. I guess it has some, like, granola. It has, like, oats and puffed rice and peanuts and stuff in it, so it's not as bad as it could be. But, I mean, like, Snickers has peanuts in it. That doesn't make it good for me. What kind of printing do you do, Slender Teen, out of curiosity? Alright, let me modify this meshing. I should have done this the other way around, but I can use my undo states strategically. There we go. I don't have to use Z-sub. I can just lift it from in here. Yes, I know. New undo history, that's fine. Raise this up. Let's give you a little smooth, huh? There we go. Ease them jaggies out, boys. Too jaggy. Too jaggy. Jaggies underneath won't matter once the meshes combine. If there's any void spaces, I can fill them up. A little smoother. Doesn't need to be too crazy. There we go. That looks pretty good. Bring that down. Nom, 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 nom. I understand that. I am very much represented by that. The number of hours of my life that I have lost just standing in front of the 3D printer watching the print head move around is fucking crazy. Hamburg. Oh god. Thank you so much for the reminders. I just realized I should be wearing my wrist brace, but I'm not. I keep forgetting. This is new for me. Just a little something to keep me from flexing too much. It's okay, Slenderton. You know, sometimes I'll just stare at, like, popcorn ceilings. Letting my lizard brain pick out patterns, you know? It's like staring at the clouds, looking for rabbits. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that's good. You can tell it's good because it's coming through the mesh. So I can actually lower it, which is ideal. There we go. Partially buried, busted up shield. Back after dinner and an internet outage. Sounds like you have had an eventful evening so far, PDF. Wife got me some oil paints for my birthday. Can't wait to try them out. Any brush suggestions? Tasselhoff, I have become quite a fan of the Game Envy Phalanx nylon brushes. I do recommend synthetic brushes because the like white spirits and such that you use to clean oil out of your brushes are going to be real rough on any natural fibers. Oils seem to like nylon brushes pretty well, and I quite like how precise the Phalanx nylon set from Game Envy is. It's not very expensive either. Oh my god, you invoked pun expected. We have no pun expected. That's not how it works, dude. We have to say it 3 times. It's like Beetlejuice. You can't just come running in here every time someone says oils once. Okay? They have to look in the mirror and then they have to say it 3 times. We've been over this. Gotta rein in those muscles. Yeah, obviously, Vergato. I'm way too buff. You know? And I'll sit here and I'll be sculpting away and I'll just be like flexing my super masculine wrist to the point that I hurt myself. So I restrain myself. It's for everyone's good, ultimately. A little bit right here. That's all I want to do. Just meet that corner. Should be good enough. Every single time this song starts, in my head, I'm just going... Modern day warrior, mean stride. Today's Tom Sawyer, mean ride. Every fucking time, and it drives me crazy. That's how this song goes, goddammit. Even though it's not this song. Actually, that reminds me I need to smooth some of these out before I keep going. Like we did on the first one. It's a fucking sound-alike. It's not even like I sit around listening to Rush a whole lot. I do sometimes. It depends on the mood that I'm in, you know? Ooh, there's a funny little thing that happened. Let's see if we can't fix that just by bringing the mesh up. That will be prettier to print. these edges off. Got like $6 brushes from Home Depot and the stuff came out without hardly any pressure. Bristles? You saying you pulled the bristles out? What were you painting? Unexpected recommends a multiple pack of cheap Taklons. I've found that the Game Envy brushes, at least for me, are kind of the perfect balance of price and functionality. Because you can get some really, really nice super fine tips. And that's something I've found with oils. Unlike with acrylics, where getting a super fine tip and a tiny belly is sort of a trap. With oils, you can actually really use the super fine tips pretty well. You don't have to, but it's more reasonable to do so. Alright, let me bring in some more pieces here. Let's put a Nord axe on one of these bases, why don't we? This is one of my favorite parts that I made myself. As far as being just an individual bit that has some pretty cool detailing on it, I like this one a lot. Seems to work pretty well without any further modification. I'd like to move it further into the corner. Maybe I could change the angle. Let's see. Let's see. Like so. Yeah, that's better. That'll do. And look at my Apex Legends art book for inspiration. They do have great art. They really do. I have in fact not missed all of the stream, just a lot of it. The good news is that we do this pretty damn often, Scythe. How you doing? Grab my move brush. Just most of it. There's a big difference between mostly dead and all dead. All dead, there's really only one thing you can do. Let's go through his pockets and look for loose change. Man, I haven't seen that movie in a long time. I wonder how long it's been. It's been years at least, now that I think about it. That's fine. There's something I am going to do, though, real quick and right away, because it's easy to do. Let's check our trim rectangle. And let's see, Control-Shift will give me that, right? And then let's just go ahead and boop, lop that off. Boom! Gone. I guess I could do that to all of these as I put them on the... Like, that makes sense. Why am I not doing that? Like, if I select this shield, I frame it, I'm like, hey, a bunch of it sticks down below. Let's make it not do that. Boop. Gone. I messed up my back surface a little bit here. Aggressively using the move brush. Why will you not select this goddamn mesh? What is wrong with you? Fuck's sake. There we go. Just inflate that out a little bit. It won't make any difference. Yeah, that works. Watched it for movie night in February last year. Did we really? Oh my god, I guess we did, didn't we? Yeah, now that I think about it. Because we were doing movies with a theme of true love. Thank you for reminding me of things that I have actually done in this very community and then forgotten about less than a year later to Square. What would I do without you? Alright, for a Monday afternoon, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear you're having a good one for what it's worth. Up to anything particularly fun today, Scythe? Any projects standing out? The song always makes me think of, do you guys remember the intro dance to The Running Man? Not the movie, obviously, but the Running Man show inside the movie The Running Man, when they have, like, the Running Man dancers coming out, and they're, like, 80s one-piece bathing suits. This tune always makes me think of that. Got terrain going on the printer. Nice! Hey, that's something. What are you printing? Alright, drop our size down and do some spot corrections here. Rely on the mod squad to remember. They're most of the stream. Honestly, my mods, they are the beating heart and soul of this community and this stream. I am a fucking flibberty-gibbet asshole with no workable executive function to my brain whatsoever. That should work just fine, with a notable exception of right here. I want to connect that. Random little bit of wood shaft, just so that there's no significant undercut. Go. Kind of merged in nicely. I like it. Let's add in another piece. Would you believe boobies were on my printer? You, White Wolf? You? Impossible. Well, okay, you're half right, Riot Sister. Boobas are everywhere. But I assure you, they are all special. All of them. Oh, just in time for an autosave. Yeah, right, Kursala? You're fucking spoiled, Riot Sister. Spoiled by boobs. We should be able to take that privilege away so she can learn to respect them a little bit more. In fact, you know what, Riot Sister? You are grounded from having boobs. I feel like you ever like you say a sentence and then you realize you're being recorded, and on some level you can hear that recording being played back to you in a court of law. It's a weird experience. Mayor Soa and Oleana. Do I know those characters? I don't know that I do. You knew what you were getting into when you logged on to Twitch, Sumitha. Alright, let us bring in another piece here. What haven't we used so far? We haven't used the other Greek round shield. We haven't used the bassinet with a raised visor, so let's do one of these. Someone's about to tell me that I pronounced bassinet wrong, and they're going to claim that it's a French word, and it should have a soft A on the end, as in bassinet. They are not strictly incorrect, but partially incorrect. You know what, Rad Sister? I'm not even going to disagree with you. All scrotes are special. Not to me, necessarily. One very particular one is special to me. Actually have decent detail on them. I guess I'll kind of tuck it in the corner over here. Oh. It's a square. Thank you for the reminder. I gotta get myself a little raised platform for this, like a little drafting thing, because I have a tendency to hunch over my tablet. Slender Teen, that's like when you max out the meter and the whole thing just kind of resets itself back to 0, or like the dial goes around and you wind up back at the start. Like, it's so weird that it's not even weird anymore. Well, I mean, ultimately, it's Fade Rat's responsibility to make sure that there's follow-through, so take it seriously. you know, Riot Sister, yeah, the arm mounts, I got one and I didn't like it. The configuration of my desk and walls and monitors is not very conducive to having this on an arm mount right now, but I'm working on it. I confess, I'm jealous of Vergaderung's. His looks really nice. Oh, don't do that. There we go. Drop you down a bit more. Now, this is a case where I am going to just append a sphere in, because that is going to be the easiest way to fill the hollow void inside the helm. Now, let's make this disappear and just work on filling this in adequately. Good. I'm gonna grab inflate here and use the subtracted feature to kind of drop this in a little bit. Let's see how we look with the texture. Not bad. Not bad at all. Just want to avoid spots like this. Drop our size down, pull this up and out. Still keep a little bit of an edge there. That's pretty damn good. And then I think just a teeny bit more here is going to go a long way. Just to connect this visor. No void spaces or major undercuts wanted. Smooth here, and then pull it up. this together. A little bit extra here isn't going to hurt anything. Smooth it and drag it, smooth it and drag it. I love the smooth feature. Oh, went a little crazy. A little over aggressive. There we go. Zoop. That looks pretty good. I was using something like that, Riot Sister. What I need is a stronger arm that connects to the same, because I've got my monitors and my camera attached to a vertical bar that has a really, really good clamp on it, and I need an arm that connects to that, ideally. Well, I'm glad that we were able to give you such a unique experience, Slenderteen. We here at Thunderhead Studio truly do strive to, I don't know what we strive to do anymore. We here at Thunderhead Studio strive to be productive on a somewhat regular basis.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Let us append in. What haven't I used?
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Just don't do
have
that.
fun, be safe, and above all,
Don't do it to me. Don't do it. You might think to yourself that they are the greatest of genitalia that need to be shared with the world. And you know what? It may be true. I'm not here to judge you, but it's against TOS. It's a very simple problem. This is the World Wide Web in the year 2022. And in 2022, if you say, send me some pictures, like I often do, because, and some of you may or may not know this, we have a little thing we do here on this stream, an art share segment at the end of every stream that we're going to be coming up on in just about a half an hour, called the Storm Report. And in the Storm Report, I ask you to send me pictures that you are proud of, pictures of your art. And it probably, you know, is sensible, I believe, to note that I already thought of the fact that somebody's going to be like, ha ha ha, my wiener is art, and send that. Don't do it. It's against policy. God, you're going to make us update the rule, Kursala. No genitalia of any kind. I realize that might be hypocritical given the nuts and bolts we've allowed on mechs in the past, but that was kind of the joke. Kind of onto something here. Bring that up so the texture shows better. I like that. That looks pretty good. Oh, I have never forgotten that, White Wolf, nor could I. Small scale obsession. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. That's not quite where I want it. I don't want it under the large rock. I want it disappearing under the smaller dirt textures. That's not bad right there, actually. That should work. And this, I don't even think needs any of the move brush. Maybe a teeny little bit. But not much. That's actually pretty good positioning. There we go. But yeah, seriously, we do every single fucking stream, we have a bit called the Storm Report. And it's because I firmly believe, as someone who has recently started to become something that I would consider an artiste of any shape or form, I think it's important, if you want to do art, that you share your art with people. Maybe you don't want to. But as I've said in the past, and I will say many, many, many more times, you're your own worst critic. And I don't just mean that in the traditional sense of you're super duper harsh on yourself when no one else is. I mean, that's probably true to a degree as well. We are our own worst critics in another sense, though. In the sense that we're sort of uniquely unqualified to judge our own work. Because we know what it was meant to be, and we know what we wanted to do, and we know what we did wrong, and your perception of your own art is colored by myriad factors. And you may find that it is helpful to get other people's opinions on what it is that you do. Figure out what it is that is your style, what sets you apart. In my opinion, the only way to really figure that out is to get other people's eyes on your work. There are a lot of ways to do that. There's Instagram, there's Reddit, there's all kinds of places. But I like to provide one myself, where at a minimum I can guarantee that I'm going to look at it at the end of the stream, and that is the Storm Report. If you feel like posting some of your art, it doesn't have to be painted minis, though it often is. It is so easy to do. All you have to do is jump on over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, accessible by putting !Discord into chat, or by clicking the little button down below. It says Discord. Jump into the channel marked The Storm Report. Make sure you read the rules. And go ahead and post up some art for us to see. We'll take a look at it at the end of the stream. That's looking pretty good. Now we need some smaller pieces. Let's get in a... broken piece of a polearm or a full polearm. The full polearm's quite large. I think a broken piece of one is going to fit better. Yeah, we'll be able to slip this in over here. Center that on the mesh. I hate that I keep forgetting to do that. There we go. Easy peasy. Just like that. And that reminds me, I need to cut these off. I was telling myself I was going to do that earlier, and then I keep forgetting to, so let's just do it now. Grab my trim rectangle, Control Shifts, chop that piece off. Same goes for you. being able to find my deepest insecurities and exploit them for profit. That is a skill that I have been refining over the last 2 years, Dr. Rhino, and I'm just, I'm so glad to know that it's successful. Squirm. Squirm for me.
Ass crackling thunder spunk. Yeah!
For the record, I don't know what that phrase means. I just look for any excuse I can to push that button periodically. I'm not even sure whose voice that is at this point. Dr. Rhino in here like, ooh, well, you've been sculpting these things. I painted 32 more miniatures. It's disgusting. It makes me sick. And yet I cannot deny the amazing talent that Dr. Rhino puts on display for us so often. Right? Who is that guy, Kursala? Just push all the buttons all day long. Alright, I'm gonna need at least a broken sword. So let's pull one of those. Well, I could do a full sword. I could do a full Celt sword. I haven't put one of those in yet.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
God, it started off so simple, didn't it? Alright, I think we're just going to keep this one flat also. Okay, let's use the move brush to actually clear up detail a bit here. How did I drink all this beer? Where did it all go? How does it feel, Dr. Rhino? How does it feel to have your best content be secondary content from me? Yes. Yes. Yes, indeed. When are we doing the next episode of We Two Dudes? We gotta finish talking about Attack on Titan Season 2 and 3, so we can talk about 4, which is on today, by the way. Attack on Titan, new episode today. When did you ask me that? You're full of shit. I'm not buying it. An hour ago? I was streaming an hour ago. Did you ask in chat? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You think I read the things that people post to the chat in the stream that I'm streaming? What the fuck is this? You people in chat are just here to pad my ego. This isn't a dialogue. I don't... Come on. That's crazy. Just for the sake of a disclaimer, I do recognize the
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we
I'm
specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
You know what? I'm totally into it, Dr. Rhino. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm free tomorrow. Let's record us talking about the cartoon about the giant naked cannibals. Because we're almost... Again, I want to talk about Season 3 with you so much, because the beginning of Season 3 is Kenny the Ripper, and Kenny the Ripper is so much fun. It's not that well programmed, Rio. Somebody needs to get their fucking money back. Yeah, there isn't actually anyone in this chat. It's just the first time that a bot came along and was like, go to this website and buy followers and viewers. I dumped like a full grand into that website. And now I talk to you, fine bots. It makes me feel better about being quite so lonely. Forever alone. Bring this up. Bring that down. Up and down and up and down and up and down. Here we go. That works pretty well. I think maybe one more piece and I'm going to call this tray done. Or I'll add in some rocks in the corners. That helps to add a little bit of extra texture. I need to grab myself something to drink. I'm going to stretch my legs for just a minute. I'm going to take a quick bio break. Come back and we should be able to do a little bit more work before 8:30. I guess that's in about 23 minutes. Then it's going to be time for the Storm Report. We will take a look at the art you fine folk have been posting over on the Discord. You have until we start the Storm Report to post something. So if you want us to take a look at it, please feel free to jump over into the Discord and post for the next 23 minutes. I will be right back. Don't touch that dial. No, we don't have dials. Don't touch that mouse. Don't touch that keyboard. I mean, you should probably touch your mouse and keyboard. There's a lot of things you could do on the... Like, you're probably not just watching Twitch right now, so I wouldn't want to tell you to not. I'm just gonna, you know, I'm just gonna push the button. I'll see you in a minute. And we're back. Sorry about the delay, folks. Get my brace back on and see if I can't get this one done before we call it a night. Dr. Rhino, I hope you have a fantastic evening, dude. You're probably gone by now. But yeah, let's do some recording tomorrow. We got some anime to talk about, my friend. All right. Where's my stylus? There it is. Alright, what else do I want to add to here? No shields, those are too large. No full swords. Broken swords could work. Broken arming sword. Add that over here. I think I'll just drop it right down in that precise position. That's just fine by me. Why the hell not? That works great. Grab our move brush again. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? There it is. What's the current schedule for the Disney Plus Star Wars shows? Like, when's the next one come out? I know they've got them scheduled way ahead of time and shit. I think the only one I really care about at this point is probably The Mandalorian Season 3. Obviously, I'm gonna watch the Obi-Wan show. Everybody's gonna watch the fucking Obi-Wan show, but with what they're doing with Boba Fett, I just don't know. I guess what they're doing with Boba Fett would probably work better with Obi-Wan Kenobi since he's supposed to be a fucking good guy. But Boba Fett just is not doing it for me. Which sucks, because I like all the actors and actresses involved. I like Temuera Morrison, I like Ming-Na Wen, and they're all just kind of... Which Votom's Arc series you like the most? I still need to watch... What's it called? Armored Hunter Mellow Link? Everyone says that one's the best. I kind of gave up on the main Votom series after the first one, because for me, Votom's was like really, really good at first, and then the action took a dip, but the story started to peak. And I was like, okay, this is still interesting. And then the action dipped again, and the story dipped. And then by the end, they just went full fucking moron. I by the end of the first series of Votoms, I was like, I think I hate this show. Because they just come out of nowhere with, the main character is a fucking space god! Like, oh my, oh fuck, get the hell out of here with this goddamn trash. Oh, the low-speed chase? Yeah, it's rough. It's hard to spoil Boba Fett, Riot Sister, because nothing happens in Boba Fett. Like, nothing of significance has occurred in 3 episodes. If you've seen the first episode, you've seen the 3rd episode. He walks around, and he's like, hey, Respect me. People are like, why? And he's like, I don't know. And that's pretty much the show. That's just what keeps happening. Yeah, the flashback parts, I don't know, the flashback parts still bug me. Like, there's cool ideas in the flashback parts, and the execution, I don't know. Like, the whole train heist scene, like, I get what they were doing. That's because my project file is very large right now, and that's because I'm building all of these bases in a single project, which is probably a failing on my part. And I know, like I said before, I know that I pick nits at a certain point. And it's when I find the story uninteresting for the most part.
You know, there's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye, and sometimes a tightness to my pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
Speaking of tight clothing, Tamura Morrison is not in the best shape these days, it doesn't seem. He is a Boba Fett, if you will. Oh my god, that's a joke I'm sure nobody's made. Not one person. Totally original. Do not steal. Like that, like in the first episode, he has that fight where he gets surrounded by the guys with the shields and the spears. And, like, there are so many scenes in Boba Fett where it's like, hey man, you have a jetpack. Why don't you use your jetpack to solve this situation? I feel like Robert Rodriguez... Does he just not understand, like, what a jetpack is or what it's supposed to do? Like, does someone need to explain it to him? Because in the episode he directed for The Mandalorian, it had the exact same problem. Where Boba... Or not, in that case, Boba. Where The Mandalorian, where Dinjabongo, or whatever the fuck his name is, needs to get to the top of a mountain, and he's standing next to a jetpack, and he opts to leave the jetpack where it is and just try running the distance. And it's like... It's immersion breaking for me. Like, these characters should absolutely know better. And speaking of characters who should absolutely know better, it is baffling to me to watch Boba Fett wander around Tatooine trying to be the new Jabba the Hutt, which his motivation for that is confusing enough as it is. Like, I don't know why he wants that, and they haven't explained it. Maybe they will. But he wanders around like he has no idea how the crime world works. Like he doesn't understand how crime bosses rule their empires. And like, didn't you work with these people for like decades? And now you need someone to explain to you what's expected of you? Like, why didn't they just make a show about a completely new character if this is how they were gonna do it? It's very strange. Like, but he doesn't to Square because he used it in The Mandalorian. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And if Boba Fett has PTSD so bad that he can't fight goons on the street, maybe he shouldn't be trying to be a crime lord. That's just a thought. I am loath to use Rio. I am loath to use George Lucas's silly poo-poo words that he obviously thought were so damn clever, but it is in fact potentially Bantha Poodoo. Fucking George Lucas. The world's so dark that I'm starting to miss him. And so you know we're all fucked. Oh, that was wrong. I didn't want to do that. Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted to do. Now this, we can do a little bit of a choppy chop. Little bit of a choppy chop. Just to flatten that out. Won't interfere with anything as it is.
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
At least we'll always have 6 seasons of The Expanse. I still haven't watched the last episode. I hear it's good, though. The second to last episode I thought was arguably one of the best written episodes in the entire run. And I'm still really hoping that... I don't know, like, I have had the opportunity to watch the final episode of The Expanse a few times now, and I find myself thinking, like, maybe if I just hold out long enough, then they'll go ahead and announce whoever it is that's going to finish the damn series before I start it. It's obviously not going to happen, but... Alright, put all these in the folder together. Like so. Everything but them should be disappeared. Let's go ahead and do a quick merge on visible. Minimize this. There's this. Let's turn this all into one mesh, or one poly group at a minimum. Come down here into geometry, drop off our blur, up our resolution, and Dynamesh. Now it should all be one contiguous mesh. Yeah. Sitting at 800,000 points. Let's drop that down. Let's see what 150,000 looks like spread across all 5 pieces. That's possible, Riot Sister, but, like, I don't know. I just wish that it were known that they were actually going to complete the series. You think to Brooklyn someone means to throw them off a bridge? Isn't that when you fall down an elevator shaft onto a pile of bullets, or when you stab yourself in the back 9 times and then throw yourself off a bridge? Worst case of suicide I ever did see. That looks pretty good. In retrospect, I probably should have angled that shield the other way. But, who cares? It'll probably work as is. Go back up to my subtool, split this out, and save it off. Boom. Oh, I meant to add some... No, this'll be fine. This is fine. I have another one to go, so only one more left to do. Let's go ahead and update our size ratios and export this. I want a new window. I don't want to do it in this window. Let's open a new one. New scene. Load in our files. B2, infantry, C, these 5. And go ahead and do a mesh. Repair. Oh, put this guy over here. Yes, yes, that is correct. Our submission limit is now 1 unless there has been a redemption to allow more. Okay, that looks good. Let's go ahead and add in our actual tray. Ungroup that. Deselect. Let's move you to the center. And drop you down so you clip in a little bit. There we go. Perfect. You and you. Let's get a quick merge. Ow. That hurt. And then you and you. Save that to an OBJ, and let me do my little quick import over here. I like a good visualization. Oh my god, what's happening? What? I look away from chat for a few minutes and I come back. And motherfuckers are slinging channel points at one another. Avash. God, sweet and sour chicken sounds good. I haven't had Chinese food in... The only Chinese place in the tiny town that I live, not really in, but near, had a kitchen fire and went out of business, and now I can't get Chinese food anymore, and it is super duper sad. This in. I would gladly accept such a recipe. Oh god, the nice lady who used to run this place, and she'd do her own like gyoza dumplings, like she made them by hand. They were so fucking good. Most Chinese places just buy them in bulk and then, you know, the old pot sticker. But she made them herself and they were delicious. And I miss her terribly. She was one of my favorite people. And of course these days I'm like, if it's not essential, I generally don't go into town for almost anything. Because of, you know, the world in general. No, that's impossible to square. Why you suggest things that are so ridiculous? You're nuts. Learn to cook. That's just silly, honestly. Let's see what this looks like. Boop. Oh, that beer's empty. Best Chinese place for Old House had the same issue. Nothing fully compared. Yeah. Now, there is actually a pretty excellent Chinese joint in town. Interestingly enough, only a block away from my favorite Japanese joint in town. But like I said, I try not to go in there for anything that isn't totally necessary. So I get food from there very rarely. Three parts sugar, 3 parts honey, 2 parts ketchup, 1 part vinegar. I mean, that makes sense, really. Just take some sweet and sour things and blend them together, and lo and behold, you have a sweet and sour sauce. It's almost like it's in the name. Ooh, I like the texture on this one a lot. Look at that. That looks pretty good, doesn't it? Yeah, I can do, like, a garlic noodle. Last night I did a, garlic noodles and garlicky spicy shrimp that came out pretty fantastic. I'm so profoundly lazy when it comes to cooking, honestly. I'm terrible. And I have a weakness for burgers. Burgers. There really isn't any place decent to eat where I live, though. We have, like, 2 Mexican restaurants that are okay. And I say okay because I miss Mexican food in Texas so much. I miss Tex-Mex and I miss H-E-B. I never thought I would miss things about Texas. And I miss Whataburger, for that matter. Holy crap, Whataburger's awesome. We're going to start the storm report here in just a minute. I just want to finish this render. What's a burger? I think it's a form of sheriff or other law enforcement official from medieval Germany, Chrysala. A miserable pile of secrets. But enough talk. Have at you. Perhaps the same could be said of all religions. You steal men's souls and make them your slave. Get off my butt and make a muffaletta. Dude, yeah, Dwegham. Have you made one before? Because it's not complicated, but muffaletta sandwiches are fucking amazing. Like, make one and wrap that shit up real tight in like some plastic wrap, put it in your fridge, let it sit for like a couple of days before you eat it. Let the piquant vinegar and whatnot in there really soak into the bread. You will not be sorry. That shit is fucking amazing. What is it? What is it, Ren? I'll make no promises. Not made one. Jason's Deli makes a not bad one. Yeah, that's muffalettas are actually pretty easy to put together. Oh, my camera stopped. Oh my god. No, my camera didn't stop. I'm just drinking constantly. I'm never ever going to stop drinking, and I found a way to talk around the bottle that is in my mouth. Oh, fuck. Hang on. Hang on. Well, then it's just, you know, business as usual, Machine God. There we go. Yeah, actual capture card. This is on my list for things this year. I realized that we were supposed to do some painting tonight, guys, but this is... My brain was in the mode to work on these bases, and I'm glad that I did, because I am almost done with the infantry bases now. All I have left are the cavalry and monster, and they shouldn't take me anywhere near as long. The infantry bases are by far the most involved part of this process, because I have to make 4 per stand, whereas for cavalry it's 1, and you don't have to pick and choose where you put your details quite so much. Kursala. Stop that. Alright, this is just about done. I'm gonna go ahead and save this. And I will edit those down later. In the meantime, let's go ahead and save this guy. How's my resin print going? It is at almost 50%. I'll have some answers when that gets done. Let's close this out. Oh, I didn't mean to close that. Oh well. It's no big deal. Wait, did you send me something, Ren? Hold on. The fuck is this? Oh no. What? Who? Why? What? Alright, I'm gonna watch this later. I know this is immediately confusing. I don't have the bandwidth for this at the moment, Ren. I'm sorry. Let me pull up the storm reports and let's see what has been getting posted since the last time.
Alright, locusts and gentlemen, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Skablip, skablap, skablam. Here we have up first from our very own Ren Momo, working on some more Gaslands. It looks like a little bit of a simpler paint job on this guy. I like the mustard yellow with the rust orange there. Oh, hang on, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh my god! I'm so sorry. I'm so terribly sorry. That was awful. Oh, I think I might fall asleep immediately after this stream. I'm not usually tired by the end of a stream. What time did I get up this morning? It might have been actually in the morning. God, that's sick. Who does that? How dare I? By the way, good to see you, Plankwalker. I don't know if I acknowledged you earlier. Nice looking truck you got there, Ren. It's... I have to approve of the fact that you went with kind of a rust brown on this and didn't go full on into red, because with this particular mustard yellow, if you went on into red, it would immediately just scream. It's a metallic yellow. Okay, so I'm going to assume that the truck was originally metallic yellow, or did you paint that on there? Yeah, Plankwalker, you're among my favorite lurkers. I only mention this because if you go that particular color of yellow and then you go full on red, my brain immediately goes to like just McDonald's. Like it's so hard to avoid that association with that particular combination of colors. It's right up there with if you do like bright green and red, something immediately looks like it's a Christmas elf themed mech car or otherwise. That's no good. That's no good at all. nice looking mods on this bad boy. I like the one kind of slung on the door. You've got a lot of... Ren, do me a favor. You don't have to put it in the next storm report if you've got something else you want to post. But I want to see all your Gaslands cars. You've got a number of them by now. I would like to see them together. I want to get the full picture. I think I've seen you do more Gaslands cars than anybody else I know who plays Gaslands. They're really damn nice. Gave 90% of them away. Fuck. Well, I mean, that's awesome and really generous of you, but fuck my dreams. Oh, damn it. Okay, well... Maybe I could just take all the pictures of them and edit them all together. That doesn't feel like that would be as satisfying. Grab all the group photos I can. Even if, like... Even if you just post them back to back in, like, the art channel. Because I don't remember all the mods you've made, but I kind of want to see, like, if you've still got the photos. I just kind of like to go over them all one at a time. Please do, Ren. Here we have from Zombie Brush Studios. Got another few models during the week of meetings. Found out today I have another week of at-home meetings, meaning a whole week at the studio painting again. Nice to get 7 models done in a 5-day span. Has me dripping with hobby juices. Secreting from everywhere. Go, hobby juice. This is profoundly uncomfortable. No, Dark Fox. No. Oh, God. I love that you are so artistically productive during meetings where in theory you should probably be paying more attention, but I'm gonna give Zombie Brush Studios the benefit of the doubt and assume that he is very professionally paying attention to the right parts of the meetings, or is just able to compartmentalize the artistic side of himself so well that he is capable of doing these excellent paint jobs using only a tiny part of his brain. Just a tiny part of his brain. And now I'm going to give you some... I have to tell you I have a problem with one of these. Zombie Brush Studios, I have a problem with one of these paint jobs. Can you tell me what the problem is? There's something missing, and I think you know what it is. And I want you to tell me. No, that's not my quote, Dwegham. That is a Zombie Brush quote, and I will not have it attributed to me. I don't think that's the case, Amish Stig, given what they're about. All been meetings on stock we're ordering. Have to multitask or I can't focus on what they're saying. So it's either that or sleeping. No, Zombie Brush, for the love of God, not that. There needs to be a Decepticons logo on Soundwave's chest, or it's just not... It's not quite there, is it? Now, I'm not saying I know precisely where to get Decepticons decals, but they have to be out there. They have to exist. Failing that, freehand that shit, baby. I know you can. But I should probably know better than to poke this particular bear, because he'll start posting pictures of, like, hot dog jello again. This is a pretty cool Groot mini. This is part of the... What's the game called? I forget the name of it. The Marvel... We've seen a number of the chibi minis you've posted from this particular game. I can't remember what the game is called. Well, Groot has a nice sort of blocky style to him in this mini. They come with the model, you just haven't put it on? Oh, man. They're tattoos on Cyber... Okay, I guess that's technically probably true. It wouldn't be a decal. It would be a tattoo on a robot that turns into a boombox. Marvel United. Okay, thank you. Just didn't use him yet. I want to see Soundwave again when he has his Decepticons logo. He's such a damn cool fucking robot. He even has the Dugram style pod on his shoulder. I'm gonna sneeze again. Why does this keep happening? Excuse me. Oh, buttholes and wiener jokes. Oh, Kursala, thank you so much. Here we have from Mafik Special Delivery, motherfuckers. Sky Conquerors are airborne specialists for raiding and rescue operations. They don't use parachutes when jumping out of the airplane, but they use OZ-06 MS Leo space-type backpack. Oh, I know what that is. Oz. Yeah, the Oz organization. Space-type backpacks has been miniaturized and modified with high-pressure thrusters to slow down the impact. It was introduced 5 months ago. Wow, man, this timeline, very current. When a large amount of broke-down planes came to the void during the Scrap Falls seasons. They have the same equipment with the adamantite. They have the same equipment as the adamantite Legionnaire, but some of it made of obsidian void. Yeah, no, I definitely recognize the space maneuvering thruster pack that the Leos wore in Gundam Wing, and I thoroughly approve of its use in this case. I feel like, what is this, a comma? It's not a skirt, that would be like a comma, wouldn't it? I feel like this is an incredibly inefficient choice of wear for someone who's going to be falling out of the sky feet first. Like, that would just wind up, whoop, up around your waist every single time, wouldn't it? I remember. Kursala, yes. Kursala. That was a Limp Bizkit album, and Limp Bizkit was talking about buttholes and wiener juice. Did you not? Did that just... That was always the joke. Distracts the enemy. Yeah, it's like that scene in Braveheart. I remember the album, Kursala, for the love of God. I was, like, directly in Fred Durst's target audience when they made that terrible, terrible album. Oh, God. Oh, my ribs are itching. I have no idea why. Heavy Melter Gun, or HMG. I'm glad that you wrote Heavy Melter Gun, because HMG I would just think Heavy Machine Gun. Hopefully their enemies don't make that mistake. You'd be terribly surprised. They're coming in with HMGs. Oh, okay, that's fine. And then it's like a fucking fusion beam. That would be a bit of a surprise. Why Machine Gun? What? I don't know, Riot Sister, but my nose has just started itching like crazy in the last few minutes. Huge mayo grenade when you absolutely have to make 30 pounds of tuna salad in just as many seconds. Ka-thump! I'm not, you know what, Machine God? My instinct is to make fun of you. I was gonna tell you, my instinct is to make fun of you for liking Limp Bizkit. But I'm not gonna do it because I have enough self-awareness to realize that I like some absurd shit that other people would lay into me for. So, it's okay. It's alright. I've heard their new album. They have a new album? Limp Bizkit is still making music? That is fucking news. Fred Durst directed a movie. Have you seen The Fanatic, I think it's called, with John Travolta, Machine God? That Fred Durst, I don't know if he wrote it, I'm pretty sure he directed it. You know he directed it because there is a scene in the movie when a dad character trying to connect with his son, I think it is, puts on some Limp Bizkit and is like, hey, do you ever listen to these guys? They're fucking awesome, man. This is like my childhood. And then he starts singing along with the Limp Bizkit, and it is like the most awkward, forced scene. Interestingly enough, it's not a bad movie. Yeah, like it's a weird movie because it's John Travolta doing the performance of a mentally challenged person, and John Travolta is way past his prime. It's so over the top though, and the whole movie is so uncomfortable that I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's particularly good, but if you were to tell me that Fred Durst directed a movie, I would expect the movie to be worse than that one is, if that makes sense. He might be a better director than he is a musician, which still isn't saying much. It's a hell of a leap for him, though. What are the green veins on? Is this the metal you were talking about? The obsidian void? Mafik? Really like the inclusion of the Leo backpack on here. That has to be one of my favorite bits. It just takes me right back to the good old days, man. Nice. Nice work. Here we have from Roland, been working on some of them tanks. Ooh, these actually look really nice. Simple, effective, looks like a good camo pattern, some quick dry brushing. Quantity has a quality all its own, does it not? The obsidian void. Okay, yeah, I thought that's probably what because we've seen the green veins in the metal before. Again, I know I've used this phrase before in this very stream, White Wolf, but this is like saying a kick in the nuts beats a poke in the eye. Comparing things to Sum 41 does not make me think, wow, maybe they're okay. That's... It's like saying, it's better than listening to Imagine Dragons. I'd rather stab myself in the fucking eyeball than listen to Imagine Dragons. So you're not gonna win me over with that. Oh my god. I tried... I hope Bella Noct is not in the chat right now. Bella Noct, are you in the chat? Make yourself known if you are. She probably isn't. She's overdoing New Zealander stuff. And sculpting boobies in ZBrush someplace and not watching my stream or listening to me. Which is why I feel comfortable saying I tried to watch that show that everybody's losing their shit over. Arcane on Netflix, the League of Legends show. And I have to say, it's probably fine. It's probably like a perfectly fine, generic fantasy story all the way through to the end. But oh my fucking god, I cannot stand Imagine Dragons. And that show just beats me over the head. I think I made it halfway through the first episode, and I was just like, nope. Nope. Oh, the rich people live in the city above and the poor people live in the city below. Ooh, there's a character who's a bad guy, but he's just desperate. I wonder if he's gonna turn out to be a good guy by the end. Ooh, there's a mentor character who's a good guy. I wonder if he's gonna secretly turn out to be a bad guy who's working with the rich people. Like, oh my god, it's so... But it has so much hype on the fucking internet. It just like I said, it's probably not a bad show, but I see things like this. I see these incredibly generic storylines with good animation. The animation is great. I think the best thing about it is the animation. The animation studio clearly gives a shit about what they're doing. But I see shows like this, and I start to watch them, and I'm just like, oh, I've seen this story 1,000 fucking times. And then I look online, and people are like, this is the greatest show. This is the greatest animated series that has ever been made. Take all my fucking money. And I'm like, this is why we just get generic shit over and over and over again. It is the most unchallenging garbage. Midnight Mass gets like 1 week of people going, it's a cool show and you should watch it. And then fucking Arcane gets meme after meme after meme and thread after thread and article after article. And I'm like, people give you art. And you just sleep right through it. And then people give you Drek, and you just lose your fucking minds. And it's so... It's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. But I asked because Bella really likes the show, and I don't want to hurt her feelings. I like her. She's a nice person, but I don't like that show. It's League, yeah. Also, I don't give a shit about League of Legends. I don't think the show really has much to do with League of Legends other than having some characters from it in it, but I'm like, Steampunk Stormtroopers. Hooray. Wonderful. I don't know what this has to do with Roland's tanks. This is just the picture that I froze on when I decided to bitch about it. But Roland, these are some solid-looking tanks, bro. Nice assembly line paint job. Good-looking tiger stripe. Looks like you did some dry brushing on top of it. I dig it, man. Your work has gotten so much cleaner over the last year. Fun fact, Kursala and Magnatorius Maximus, or Cyber Knight, use the same size magnets for their minis. Now, to be fair to Squared, most people use 3mm magnets. They're kind of in the sweet spot. Is The Last Airbender the greatest animation that's ever been created? Because that studio has gone on to work on other things. Like, Young Justice has really fucking good animation. Invincible has great animation. There are lots of really good animated shows out there right now. I thought that Voltron Legendary Defender had really, really good animation. Oh no, Machine God, did you like... you like, what's it called? Arcane? Are we including anime? I mean, we can. If that's the case, then I'm just gonna talk about the first 3 seasons of Attack on Titan, where Studio Wit just fucking blew everybody's minds. And then Mappa came in and was like, we can do the same thing with CG, right? And everyone was disappointed.
But your camera is not.
I'm just rambling. I'm sorry, I should talk about what's actually here. Now, we've seen this mech before, have we not, Squared? Because I know I've said, this reminds me so, obviously not the whole thing, because what has happened here, I should note, is that this is the Rainy River Designs, oh god, what's the name of the tank? This is the name of the tank. I can see the turret. I'm trying to think of the name of the tank. Damn it. Kiernan. Thank you so much, Machine God. Yes, the Kiernan tank. Designed by Cavtankerous and rendered into being by Rainy River Design. Such a cool looking tank with the Oryx from Cybernite from Metalcore Collectibles just sort of stuck on top to give this lovely kind of Terminator 2 HK tank profile. Really, really like the bright green. This camo pattern continues to remind me of the Terran Republic tanks from PlanetSide 2, and that just makes me smile. Just magnetize the 2 bits together out of boredom. Oh god, what madness will your boredom create? Voltron Legendary Defender, Invincible, Avatar The Last Airbender, Legend of Korra. None of those made me fall asleep, even when I was really tired. Wow, that's a hell of a compliment, Rio. You really know how to give a glowing review, don't you? I'm sorry, Project Dark Fox. No, you're absolutely right. The concept is Cavtankerous Miniatures. The overall concept. The concept art would be Project Dark Fox. Something that Project Dark Fox has been doing a lot of lately. Some really, really cool mecha and tank concept art. Also did the concept art for the Trenchfoot, which should be becoming available in cast resin pieces in the near future. And then finally created by Kursala of Rainy River Designs, and now available through Rainy River Designs. You can always hit ! Rainy River to get a link over there. Just put that right there in chat. Follow that link. You'll find all kinds of amazing things over there. Paint, flocking, Thunderhead Studio merch. You can find T-shirts like this. If for some reason you want to put this on,
girls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Maybe it's just my allergies.
Can we get a tech sheet for this? Isn't there one? I feel like he did one, didn't he? Maybe I'm thinking, what am I thinking of? Kursala hasn't done them for his tanks as far as I know. But I thought Cavtankerous did one. He has a couple of Alpha Strike cards for it. Okay, well, I mean, it's close enough. Well, I'm glad that boredom is causing you to create Franken everything to Squared. Here we have from Amateur Paint Hour. Just want to say this is hands down an amazing community of artists. My submission is proof of this. We have the Hextech concept. No. Remove me from this. Like, broadly, for the Hextech concept, okay, I'll take credit for that, but that is not related to this, and I will not accept it. The complex task of adding functional forests developed by Vergaderung, everything about this was developed by Vergaderung. I was not involved and I will not take credit. Printed by our favorite Steel Warrior Studios, that is fair. Based with materials made by Kursala and Data Nerd of Rainy River Designs, that is also accurate. Here we have the combined work of Vergaderung, Steel Warrior Studios, and Rainy River Designs. And yeah, these are damn nice, aren't they? I love these trees. They're so much stronger than I thought they would be, too. When I first saw these, I figured I'd print them, and no offense to Vergaderung, I know I've told you this before. I was thinking, like, looks like some parts are going to be fragile, but I'll print them anyway. We'll see. Maybe I'll have to make some corrections. I'll have to make some fixes. I didn't have to do shit. I didn't have to do a damn thing. Vergaderung implemented some really clever bits of engineering in here to make these not only supportless, but very, very structurally sound. These are good, tough, rugged pieces of hex terrain. And the flocking honestly looks fantastic. Really nice job on this, Kursala. Sheets for the Kiernan, but not the tank. But, well, yeah, no shit. Because that's not a thing. Awesome, Ren. Thank you. White Wolf, I'm all kinds of fucking distracted today, apparently. This is really nice, though. I need to finish painting up mine. I've got about 15 of these painted, and then I have about 30 more that I haven't. And I need to do some of the Alien Forest, too. I've got Steel Warrior, Alex over at Steel Warrior, sending me one of his desert maps right now. And I'm going to try to make, like, a Badlands, Desert, Alien Worlds board without looking like I'm just completely ripping off Vergaderung. Even though... Vergaderung, I gotta be honest with you. I'm gonna rip you off a little bit. And I want you to be prepared when that happens. I don't want it to take you by surprise. And I'll just own it. I'll just own it. It's gonna be the last of this one. It's gonna be the last of this one, White Wolf. Here's to you. Yes. Thank you. She heard me throwing the bottle of beer into the trash. And I had another one in my hand inside of 10 seconds, and I'm not. Yeah, I knew this was gonna happen. God damn it. Here's to you, Twig. I'm upping the fucking price on Hydrate, because it's being abused these days. This is no good. We can start charging some actual channel points, since that's apparently what everybody wants. Is just for me to slowly kill myself. Yeah, I've been thinking about it, Kursala. Really nice work on these, by the way, Amateur Paint Hour. They're really easy to paint, aren't they? Like, you can really just dry brush these. Vergaderung did a fantastic job with the texture. It is the perfect balance of durability and detail. I do not condone the Hydrate. Avash, thank you. At least one person is looking out for my damn liver. Here we have from Punished. Thanks, so for Christmas I had given Kaylee Larson a full star's worth of mechs and 2 points of battle armor. Well, seeing as I had an extra Loki, Hellbringer. Oh my god, so gross. I got the idea of what would happen if we both had the same color palette of only 3 colors. What would we do differently on the paint jobs? Here it is. Both of ours are very different on approach, but we both had fun and a great time painting these on stream. Gonna be on her stream tomorrow, continuing the process, so really looking forward to that. This is pretty fucking cool. This is really neat, and this is something that I've enjoyed doing in the past. This is sort of the concept behind the Supercell that we did late last year, which is something that I'm really looking to find a way to integrate more regularly once I am able to get other streamers working with me on a regular basis. But 2 people painting the same mini using the same concept and the same colors and coming up with different final products. Just as a way of examining how we think about how you can give somebody the same tools and they can come out with different images. That's really fucking neat. I've been enjoying their dual streams over there. Kaylee Larson is fucking just a like. She is a ball of fucking energy on her stream. She's just bouncing off the walls. I don't know how she does it. Like, was I that way when I was 10 years younger? I have no idea. I don't know how anyone has that much energy. It makes me tired how excited she is about painting. Like, I watch her and I just, like, she's draining the energy out of me as she paints. And yet still a pleasure to watch. Can I explain it? No. Like so many things in life, I have no answers. But there it is. This is pretty damn cool. I'm gonna have to stop in and see how you finish up the paint job. I'm really digging the warm to cool transitions down here, and I'm assuming that that's, yeah, like, you completed this leg and the rest of this is in the process of joining it. because we have the colors laid out but not blended like they are over here. Very cool. Have to use the proper name. No, we're still in 3025. Ain't no clans. I don't know what you're talking about. Was a limited palette challenge. It worked out well. Coming down. Here we have from Machine God working on something a bit different. This is going to be a set of Solaris Gladiator mechs based on the stylings of the Death Knights in World of Warcraft. There'll be one for each of the classes' specs: Blood, Frost, and Unholy. This is the Blood variant on the left I'm working on. Its armament is an ATM 9 LB10X Gauss rifle and 2X heavy medium lasers, as well as an axe for melee. Hatchet, please, machine gun. All of them will be based on the Hell Knight chassis on the right I worked up, which has a crazy amount of articulation. It's basically an action figure, which I referenced some of the joints on a newer Gundam model kit's IBO in particular. That's a good choice. That is a damn good choice. Iron-Blooded Orphans. The Iron-Blooded Orphans Gundams are some of the most articulate and, I don't want to say mechanically, like, they're not sensible in an engineering or mechanical sense, like as far as if you were really building a machine, but as far as because there's so many moving parts. But, you know, the problem with Iron-Blooded Orphans mechs is the same fundamental problem with every mech, which is that designing it that way doesn't make any sense in the first place. We would never make bipedal war machines, but as far as big mechs go, they have some of the most articulate designs. I think that's plain to see just in, like, the Greys. Like, their basic soldier mech is capable of so much articulation, and believably so. Not like the old 80s mechs, which, as much as I like them, half of the movements they make in the enemies that they're in are physically impossible for the way they're designed. IBO does a good job of making them flexible enough that they could theoretically do the crazy shit that they do in the cartoon. What is that called, Rio? What is Barbados' weapon called? It's a sword, mace, spear. And, like, it has a spike that drives out of the top. That thing is fucking crazy. Only issue with Iron-Blooded Orphans is, geez, so much screwing over of everyone. I think fewer people die in Game of Thrones. I mean, that's kind of the theme of it, though. Iron-Blooded Orphans is fairly dark. That is, in fact, Blender that he's working in. My god. Yeah, I can definitely see the World of Warcraft influences. Interesting project. I like the notion of working up a simple skeleton and then building your cosmetic pieces on top of that. I'll be very, very curious to see how this project pans out, Machine God. Here we have from Sheza, Winter Storm Izzy is coming through and the snow isn't letting up. As a Floridian, I malfunction at anything below 60 degrees Fahrenheit. But I braved the weather to get a photo of this beauty I painted a few months ago. Lord of the Print, Wendigo. Oh, that is creepy, isn't it? I really like the rack in particular. The way it's not just going up, but it's swept back along the same angle as the kind of hunchback that he has. That's really cool. How do you know if I said D or T? You don't, White Wolf. You can't prove shit. I haven't actually finished the series. I have not finished Iron-Blooded Orphans. I've made it halfway through it twice. You want me to say Barbados? It's Barbados. You did, Ren, and that's fine. I'll take a look at it after the stream. Speaking of satisfying melee, gonna take a look at Phantom Brigade again. So yes, Rio, that's something I was actually looking at yesterday. I have ignored Phantom Brigade through the last few updates. I have been waiting for them to sort of flesh out the overworld and add in... Do they have replay yet? Because the one thing that Phantom Brigade rather, is missing is an ability to replay the previous turn. Just watch individual confrontations. Because it works on a real-time battle system. It's turn-based real-time. Where, goddammit, PDF, I'm talking about things. Blah. It uses a system where you tell your mech where to go over the course of the next turn, and then everybody acts simultaneously. So the turn happens simultaneously, and you just give them, like, where you'd like them to end up at the end of it. But not being able to rewind and watch each individual part of it really takes a lot away from the game. Not Gundam related, but I've been watching Baki. Wait, what is that? Haven't seen yet? I'm gonna have to go check it out. This is a fucking cool print, though. Lord of the Print Use. Oh, I just noticed that there is an eviscerated person on the base. He's sort of blended into the snow, actually, in a very believable way. What a big, horrid thing. I like the albino paint job, I love the red eyes, and I really like the snow up on his rack.
When
that
watching
is a
Thunderhead
lovely touch,
stream,
Sheza.
you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it
What's
to the
off
left,
camera?
and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
You're just saying words at this point. Needs blood smeared around its mouth. It has some. He has like a string of blood connecting his top jaw to his bottom. Maybe a little bit more vivid. Maybe some of that like blood for the blood god smeared around. I could see that, Riot Sister. Coming down here we have from POV42. I have seen this one already, and I really quite like it. My completed commission Atlas 3 is officially done, and I broke out the light box to show it off proper like. Definitely learned a lot putting this piece together and painting it. I'm definitely proud of it, but I also can see the places I messed up and the techniques I need to improve for the next time I do something to this standard. With that said, POV, I'm not gonna bother pointing any of them out. I like the color scheme. It's such a boxy fucking model. I really like what you did with a little bit of OSL on the chain gun here, but my favorite thing is this trench of SRM troopers. This is just a nice touch, kind of setting the whole scene. I also appreciate that you set him kind of far back on his base, since he's so his underslung rack extends so far forward, particularly with the tongue of flame coming off of it. You really need to move his feet back to balance the figure overall on the base. More near its eyes. Print one out, Riot Sister. Paint yourself a Wendigo. I want to see it. I really, really dig these guys. Just the line of SRM troopers with the Atlas kind of stomping over top of them. Wonderful. And what better way is there to set scale than by including a human figure on the model? Nice. Wonderful basing. I particularly like the kind of dirt cross section with a little bit of texture around the edge. Wonderfully done, POV. Here we have from DFW Dwegham, painted my first Infinity model today, Haq Islam Ghulam. Based the clothing in contrast and did most of the rest in AP tans and greens. Might need to go a little further in contrasting shades on tan, I think. The four here are a little too similar. Also trying out a new light box setup. Let me know what you think. So the light is good. He's being blasted in light, and that is fantastic. At this point, all you need to modify Dwegham are your camera settings. You need to drop your ISO value down, which will up the contrast significantly. You want lots and lots of light for that, because you're lowering the camera's its sensor sensitivity when you do that. So everything's gonna get darker, your shadows are going to get much deeper, your blacks are going to get blacker. But by blasting it with light before you do that, yeah, or edit the exposure down. This is also an option. The point being, at this point, when you have this much light being delivered to your figure with no shadows... Oh wow, I just realized what was behind him. Did I really say that? God damn it. I don't even know what I was talking about at this point. At this point... Wow, my brain is not functioning very well tonight, apparently. Son of a bitch. Nicely painted, Dwegham. What a wonderful shirt that you have there. I'm so glad that I have so many insightful and meaningful quotes attributed to me. I do mean what I say when I say that I will pick up Infinity the second that they release a fully plastic starter box. I cannot bring myself to get into another game with metal minis. I just can't do it. I did it with Warcaster, and I'm still struggling through that. I need more plastic. I need more plastic. I really do. Nice looking paint job on this, though. I agree, a little bit more contrast wouldn't hurt, but as far as actual photography goes, I do want to note you have blasted this mini with plenty of light. Modify the settings on your camera and you'll get better photos. Everything else looks great. Here we have from Amish Stig. Last stream's problem was at least in large part due to comical amounts of under extrusion, bumping the temperature 20 degrees and force feeding the nozzle. Plus 0.4 to the extrusion multiplier seems to be making it behave. The print should finish about midnight Eastern Standard Time. Still some texture on one side of the vase, of the vase, rightmost, that can be tuned out over time. Update, I will not have a finished print during Teal's stream. It failed at around the 2-hour mark. I'm sorry to hear that. Oof, yeah, man, there's some real under extrusion banding in here. Damn. When's the last time, like, is there any chance that you're having just nozzle clog? When is the last time that you swap the nozzle and the PTFE tube? Because I do that periodically. Anytime I start to get some under extrusion, it almost always fixes it up. I just regard nozzles and PTFE as consumable at this point. I'm sorry to hear that you had another print failure, but yeah, this is a huge improvement over here. And I think changing the orientation and the cut on that. Who puts a PTFE tube in their hot end? You're gonna be, oh my god, White Wolf. You're such a fucking gear whore, White Wolf. You're gonna be insufferable with this machine. We're gonna be over here with our janky ass starter models that we've been running for like 2 years and not upgrading. He's like, oh, all metal hot ends and direct drive Titan dual gear extruders. Insufferable is what it's gonna be, White Wolf. God damn. PTFE never nozzle swap started the problems, went from 0.4 to point. I mean, that kid, party problem, Amish Stig. You gotta change a lot of settings to get down to that point, too. Do need to get a coil of tube. This one's starting to get some gnarly slices in it from the Notch Shark Bite connector. Yeah, it's worth replacing. PTFE is not so expensive that you need to hold on to it for that long. Here we have from Asri. Yesterday I bought a cheap wig. It was a low-cost toupee. What are we doing, man? What are we doing here? Why are any of us here, ultimately? Is this really where my life is led? I'm too old for this shit. White Wolf. I've been really enjoying painting these Stormcast heroes. Maybe it's too much color, but something in my brain is demanding vibrant colors. The blue skirt really pulled it together, but I had some issues with the filigree on the cloak. I just don't have the eye-hand coordination or depth perception to pull off those tiny embossments. So, for stuff like this, the technique that I would recommend, and this is a good opportunity to practice it, Asri, is using the edge of the brush rather than the tip. If you can get to the point of using the edge of the brush and running it along the raised detail, things like this are very, very easy to do. If you're using the tip of the brush, you're fighting against yourself. Dwegham, thank you so much for being here, dude, and thank you for posting. You take it easy, bro. I hope to see you on Tuesday. The Edgewood's users don't have the eye-hand coordination to pull it off. Are you bracing your arms as... I'm not, you've got good paint. I like the vibrant colors, honestly. I think that too many people get lost in... When... They get lost in the miniature when it's right up in their face. When they're painting every little detail and doing subtle variations. And you want vibrant colors. You want harsh contrasts. You want really, really... you want your mini to pop when it's a good 3 to 5 feet away from you. You need to remember the average viewing distance, and this is the kind of mini that's going to look great at average viewing distance. You have lots of temperature contrast. I can tell what everything is supposed to be, and I can probably tell what it's supposed to be at a good distance. Love that burning face head thing in the background. Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck's going on here, but he seems angry. I assume this is the grown-up version of the sun from Teletubbies, right? Yeah, there's a painting handle right over here. Yeah, I would say just, if you're not doing it already, brace your elbows on the desk and put the heels of your palms together. Create a little A-frame, so it really doesn't matter if you shake or how much coordination you have. At that point, you've limited as many external factors as you can, and you can really focus on control. I like the little griffin dog. And I like what you've done with the basing. Like I said, the vibrant colors are one of my favorite things about this paint job, and good job with the red hair in particular. Lovely work, Asri. I think with a little bit of practice, you'll be able to get those raised little bits of embroidery pretty well. All these Stormcasts are going to be gingers as well. We shall outshine the sun, for the sun is trying to kill it. Yeah, make them super pale. Either super pale or just sunburned as fuck. Here we have from POW Rogue, also known as Pixelgent, if I'm not mistaken, just started on the base of some future Berserkers. Ooh. Oh, that's gonna be nice. I like the work that you did on the Night Lords figures. Now, are you turning your sights on... I mean, you say Berserkers, so I'm assuming these are gonna be Corn Berserkers. You're gonna have the big, like, crazy fucking antler things on their helmets. What would those even be called? I guess they're a crest? This is what it looks like. I've always liked the look of Corn Berserkers. They're so over the fucking top. I want to see what you do with a chain axe. Really nice basic work on this sort of Heresy era looking armor. This looks like the, was it Mark IV iron pattern armor? Very nice. Very nice, POW Rogue. I want to see them bad boys getting printed out. Have you printed out any of the Night Lords helmets that you did? I'd love to see some of those. Here we have from Sphere. Been playing around with the idea of doing my Gene Stealer cult in my Tyranids scheme. Why the hell not? This is a great scheme. Really nice. Just it's a really, really interesting blue for the carapace, and I love this rust red contrasted against it. Nasty sort of brainy pink for the tongue and for the little parts in between the carapace. It's kind of a classic paint scheme, but why the hell not? They are Tyranids after all, right? They didn't start that way, but they certainly became that over time. I have both of these models in my closet right now, and I've never gotten around to building or painting them, but they're just so intensely cool. I love that the Gene Stealer cults are their own army now, at long last. This is a damn good looking paint job. It's simple, it's effective, it's all about just making the right color choices from the start and not focusing too much on technique. I love how you've done the texturing on the edge of the carapace. Like, it's mostly dark, and then you're using high contrast edge highlights and the little hash marks to give it texture. This is incredibly effective. Definitely keep this up. Prepping the Magus for some non-metallic metal, you absolute madman. Please share. Please share when you do it. Again, yes, yeah, they've gone sort of in and out. The nature of the Gene Stealer has changed quite a lot over the course of 40K's existence. Here we have from Cav Tankerous Miniatures, I did it. It's not easy photographing through a telescope, holy shit. 25mm lens was used in the camera in my Samsung Galaxy A10e cell phone. It's the moon! Got a picture of the moon. Sweet. Huzzah! I'll just confess to you right now, I don't take pictures of the sky, so any of the difficulties involved in doing it are completely foreign to me. I accept that there certainly are some, and I don't know what they are, so it's difficult for me to compliment the accomplishment. I don't have any, Avash. I don't have any water. I gotta drink beer now. I'll tell you what, the sooner I get to the end of the fucking storm report, the sooner I can drink a glass of water. How about that? I'm not really a troglodyte. I'm more of a homunculus, I think. Done some astrophotography. The moon is the death of cameras. In fact, I'd say the moon is the most evil thing in the night sky. And it makes sense. You are just you're taking a picture of a light source ultimately. Well, not necessarily a light source, but it's reflecting light directly into your lens. I can see how it might struggle with that. I'm gonna go. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try to take a picture of the moon so that I can appreciate how fucked it gets. Because I've literally never tried it. I know that Iberben loves taking pictures of the night sky. I want to have him out where we are, because out here at Thunderhead Branch, like, we have such beautiful night skies. We don't have too much light pollution. Like, if you look out towards DIA, you get a good amount of it, but if you look in just the opposite, Techno Sugar, no. No, I can't. Let's just move on. Let's just move on. I'll do one. For the love of God, Project Dark Fox, help me. I want to see more of Iberben's pics. Yeah, he's been busy lately with the school year, but I'm sure he'll have some more for us before too much longer. Cyborg Stare, third attempt at OSL. Let's have a look here. Oh, I see what we're going for here with the light source on the blade up front. And then we get kind of like, we got blue on one side and then we got orange on the other. I'm seeing it. So, for being your third attempt at OSL, this is some really, really aggressive and bold choices that you've made, Cyborg Stare, which I have to say, I admire. I'm much more cowardly when trying new techniques. I try to do small areas of it, and I try to sort of, oh god, build up into it. You've just gone whole hog with two opposing light sources of different temperatures. It's actually pretty effective. I mean, like, is there work to be done? Is there improvement to be made? Absolutely, but the more I look at it, you've got the fundamentals. You're picking the right spots. I think that if there's anything that you need to work on in this, it's sort of like the vibrancy and the contrast that you get between the shadows and the highlights of the OSL glow. But the locations all seem right to me. The locations of the glow all read correctly, which for me is yeah, the bendy sword. I'm just gonna, in my head, I'm gonna say it's hot, so it's melting. But the locations of the glow is what I'm focusing on here, and that all seems pretty good. The only thing I might say is to reduce some of the glow on the upper part of his face, because it's so far below the plane of his face, and he has this long snout. I think focusing it here would make it more clear that this is a light source from the blade and not just from above. I think it's actually pretty effective on the blue. Like I said, work on the contrast, but the locations all look good to me. Practice, practice. Nice work, Cyborg Stare, and thank you for sharing. They are, yeah, I hear they make pills for that. It'll be okay. Here we have from NMO Xander Shade, a 30-minute base job. Pleased for the simplicity of it. Ooh, the Jank Master. I always struggle with the Battle Master from MechWarrior Online. They made it so, like, it's a walking brick. It's so fucking rectangular. It is absolutely crazy. Nice quick basing job on it, though. Used a good choice of flocking. Very, very fine turf is absolutely a great choice for this scale. I know a lot of people put down tufts, and I think that they look fine, but I am a sucker for scale, and the fine turf scales very, very well with this 6mm. I love that blue. That nice sky blue. That came out nice, Xandershade. Shut up, Project Dark Fox. We'll be done when we're fucking done. Okay. And a slightly cleaner than usual desk where I do all my detail work / painting and most of my gaming. Ooh, look at that big old, look at that monitor. Everybody's all about the curved monitors these days. Are they good? Is that something I should be using? Who is this nerd you're watching? Oh my god, you're using light mode? Xandershade. Xandershade. Will somebody please help this man turn dark mode on Twitch? It hurts me to look at. That is, oh no. Xandershade. Bro. Everything is better in dark mode. Everything. The entire aesthetic of my stream looks better in dark mode, bro. Yeah, I was literally about to say that, Data Nerd. Like, why is dark mode not default in every single app on the planet? Why do you not have to select light mode? I don't understand it. We won't hold that against you, Techno Sugar. It's okay. Nice looking compact hobby area though, Xandershade. I dig it. Just the fact that you're able to have a dedicated hobby space is so fucking nice, and I like the inclusion of a little tablet stand here. Got a microphone on an arm and everything. Damn nice. Damn nice. Can't be asked to change it for every site. It's the first thing I do. I can't. Light mode causes me pain. Here we have from Avash working on some more of those Marvel Crisis Protocol figures. We got our Iron Fist over here, who I continue to like this paint job. Baron Zemo, one of my favorite characters in MCP. Wait, who am I looking at here? Who is this? I don't recognize this character like at all. What's going on here? Someone help me out with these two. Who are they? The Ragged Cloak, I was like, oh, it's Hobgoblin, but no, that's not Hobgoblin. And then we got Luke Cage over here, of course, Power Man. That's Hood. Who's Hood? And Transformed Hood. This is a character that I'm completely unfamiliar with. Is this a real character, or you just make this up to fuck with me? The big light on the mic on. Oh, wait, hold up. Oh, shit, yeah. No, that's a big old LED light, isn't it? That's a good idea. I like your carefully arranged blades there for your X-Acto kit, too. Very nice. That's a real character? I mean, okay, I'm not, you know, I'll fully admit that I'm more of a DC guy than I am a Marvel guy. I know lots and lots of obscure DC characters. We get into obscure Marvel characters, and I go cross-eyed. I was going to give you more credit than that, Avash. It could have been a, Alright, hang on, let me see this here. Hood. Criminal turned demonic accomplice, known mostly by how he accessorizes his wardrobe. It's the Hood. I have literally never in my fucking life heard of this character. Okay. Did you guys see? That makes me think of Guillermo del Toro recently tweeted an image, like in the last week he tweeted an image of Etrigan, the demon from the DC universe. And I don't know what this means. I don't think anybody knows what this means, but if Guillermo del Toro does a movie about Etrigan, I will be so unbelievably psyched. What is this, a Spawn character? No, if it was a Spawn character, he'd be like a child molesting clown demon. Nobody is quite so edgy as Todd McFarlane. Here we have from Vergaderong, small video of the chrome I did on the test heliostat fields. Let's check it out. Let's see how shiny and chrome. God damn. Vergaderung, remind me of what paint that is, because you used this on that Thunderbolt you did, too. And that is, like, so chrome. I'm going to play this video a few times, because look at this. This is genuinely an incredibly difficult effect to achieve most of the time. Molotow chrome marker. Wow. Yeah, that's the easiest reference to make Sumitha, and I'm not going to do it because I'm an edgelord and I don't like that movie. I'm going to play this a few more times because I'm honestly a little fucking floored by this. Oh, I printed, wait, did I put it on the plate? I didn't actually start the print yet, but I'm going to be doing some of Vergaderung's these K2 catapult arms, because I was replaying HBS Battletech recently, and realized that I'd very much like to do a Victoria Espinosa battle mech, a catapult K2, and do like a little 6mm pilot, like standing on one of the arms with long flowing white hair looking like Sephiroth. I think it'd be awesome. It's so goddamn shiny. Vergaderung, I cannot wait to see how you finish up the heliostat fields and the solar concentrator tower. Your work, man, is absolutely mind-blowing. You'd be hard-pressed to have an Etrigan movie without Constantine nowadays, and that would easily become a Constantine movie. Well, see, Xandershade, in my head, I think the most obvious answer is that he's going to do, like, a Justice League Dark movie. Because, yeah, these days, if you're going to do Etrigan, you kind of have to do Constantine, and if you're going to do Constantine and Etrigan, you're going to have to roll in, like, Zatara and Swamp Thing and do Justice League Dark. And they're doing Dr. Fate. Also, I think they cast, like, Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate. I'm very curious to see where this goes. Very, very curious indeed. Nabu is a fucking asshole, and I want Pierce Brosnan to do his voice so bad. Oh, and this just in, the translucent hollowed solar collector tower halfway through the 2-day print. Oh, shit. Look at that. Haha. Oh. The Neptune really is a great machine, isn't it? I love this thing. Doing the gyroid infill, you absolute madman. I can dig it. Vergaderung. The things that you do with the nonsense that I create is at this point, a big portion of the reason that I keep doing it. My work has never looked so good as when it is passed through the filter of your bizarrely productive creativity. I don't know why, but I always disliked Dr. Fate. Like, anything in particular about Dr. Fate Amateur Paint Hour? He is, he's an interesting character. He's utterly humorless. Takes himself very, very seriously as a Lord of Order. I can't think of anybody that... Like, I think Pierce Brosnan is really a pretty great choice. But I wonder who the Dr. Fate is going to be. What character is going to be wearing the helmet possessed by Nabu? 5% gyroid infill transmits light well. Well, you've had a lot of practice with it, Vergaderung, so I'm going to take your word on that one. Here we have from Sumitha. Tomorrow marks the 5th anniversary of receiving and painting the mech that started it all. The first collaboration/commission by Jason Spikerman, created specifically for me, the Sumitha Assault Battle Mech / Omni Mech. While the Nugan was what put me in touch with Jason, this is the mech that arguably started it all and led me to create Operation Lancaster. It's rather fitting that this is the 5th anniversary of the mech that arguably started it all, because today our very own Metalcore collectible Cyber Knight, Magnatorius Maximus, and I finished designing the last variant planned for the launch of the Reckoning Assault Battle Mech. The Reckoning is the last planned design to be created for Operation Lancaster. 5 years, pretty much to the day, from receiving the mech that started me down the path of this project to completing the last design intended for it. It is, I'll admit, I teared up a bit when I realized this. So much editing left to do. That's only because you're so fucking meticulous, Sumitha. I hate to tell people when they're overdoing it because I applaud their attention to detail, but I promise you, Sumitha, you are producing something so much more professional than anyone really expects out of you. I gather you probably expect it out of yourself. I'm just saying. There are just 2 more planned art pieces for Operation Lancaster, and Matt Plog has already created sketches for them. Anyway, 5-year-old miniature is now 5 years old, and what a big, nasty bitch she is. Look at this. It's a cool design. I like the way the arms are designed. They remind me of the, what is it, the right or the left arm on the Thor. With the sort of joint on the outside of the bicep. It's a really pretty cool and clever and mechanically functional design. I think the arms of the Sumitha are probably my favorite part of the design. I've got like 4 of these in my fucking office right now, and at some point I should probably put some paint on one of them. What a damn thought. Oh my god. Well, happy creative anniversary, Sumitha. And here we have the Operation Lancaster Thunderhead exclusive preview. Oh my god, excuse me, that's so gross. Here is one of those 2 aforementioned sketches. This collage is the section image for the short stories of Operation Lancaster, which are arguably the crown jewels of the project. I agree, that's been my favorite part of reading any of it. I'm drinking too much beer, I keep burping. This gives a small glimpse into just a few of the plot points of the short stories, admittedly without any context, because the last thing you need to see is spoilers for the short stories right before you read them. Instead, this just helps to feed in some visual information for bits and pieces of the short stories that otherwise would not get to have any illustrations, and each part of the collage will make sense once you've read the relevant story. As with the miniatures created in conjunction with this project, the writing has been quite the adventure, and I've grown as a writer as the project has progressed. I've learned a lot about storytelling, and now I'm learning more and more about how to be an editor. It's a lot of work left to go, but seeing these real-world chapters of the project reach completion, well, after all this, it damn well better be motivation enough to see it through to the end. Oh, this is neat. Given the nature of it, I don't want to go over it bit by bit. Because, yeah, it's pieces of a number of the different stories. Look at that Jenner down there. I don't want to go over it bit by bit. I don't want to spoil anything. But this is coming together really nicely. Really, Amishtig? Is it adhesion issues? I hate to be that guy, but have you tried using Aquanet? Because I use Aquanet when I'm having problems, and it is remarkably effective on a glass plate. Look at this big nasty bitch right here. Lovely. I cannot wait to see this refined a little bit more. My god, Matt Plog really is an incredibly talented artist, and he's done so much work on this. It's going to be a pleasure to flip through the final version. Last couple have all been adhesion issues, stuck like super glue for the first 90 minutes, and then the back edge lets go. Really, after 90 minutes? What's your bed temperature, Stig? Because after 90 minutes, you shouldn't be having separation issues. It should happen fairly early on if it's going to happen at all. There's being overzealous / overly meticulous, and then there's also me still finding sentences that are literally incomplete and make no sense. Well, with that much writing, I suppose that is going to happen, Sumitha. The quantity of it is staggering. Coming down, here we have from Kursala. As I've been trying to make some paint the last few days, I keep distracting myself with modeling. I find that I do my best modeling when I'm supposed to be doing something else. And so it's like it's naughty. It's like it's naughty modeling. As long as it's naughty, I seem to do it better. If I'm supposed to be modeling, then I suck at it. I think what it is I'm awesome at procrastination, so I need to frame my tasks for maximum efficiency. So here's the 3 most recent tank destroyers that I've done. They all still need testing since it's been too cold to print anything. I'll be moving the printers into the basement soon instead of the garage. Now I just need some hover tanks and VTOLs. Something about these skirts make me wish this was a hovercraft. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I like this guy, though. The tank destroyer is really coming together interestingly. Ooh, what the... Oh my god, the 2 angled racks? Holy hell. I continue to love the vertical launch LRMs on this bad boy. Yeah, Sumitha, the skirting just makes me think of a hover vehicle. Could be interesting. Like, if you took the skirting and you flared it out ever so slightly, I'm talking like a 5 to 10 degree angle, just away from the 90-degree angle, and made it into a hover vehicle, I don't know. Like, I'm not sure that would work, but it just, like, when I look at it, it tells me that that's what it wants to be, if that makes any sense. Procrastomodeling, there you go. Well, it's not necessarily a bad angle for Gadarung if you're firing at a mech. As long as you're specifically firing at mechs, then this is like the dick shot under the armor angle. They're the same angle this time. I mean, at least there's that much. At least there's that much. The line is really expanding, though, Kursala. I'm glad to see you utilizing some more and different techniques for the tanks while still keeping them all kind of within the same family. I dig it. I dig it. Or firing at extremely long range. Yeah, I guess that's true. Just kind of arcing the shots, you know? Maybe like over a hill. Who knows? The share parts, too. That's just goddamn clever. Oh, PDF, you decided to post this. I'm excited. Project Dark Fox preview of the D-Scene series, and this is one I'm very, very excited about. And Project Dark Fox took my suggestion and ran with it in such a short amount of time. I'm really excited to work on this one. The third mech that was requested was the Merrick-built Hermes 2. Building on the technical specifications of the original TRO and using a couple parts from the Leo mobile suit, I've made something that evokes what I think the Hermes 2 should have been, but in profile and armament, as well as some visual cues, such as the winged helmet and shoes. I got that backwards, shoes and helmet. I was awaiting feedback for this as of a mere hour before stream time, so I'm hoping to get some live and on camera. I really like this guy. I think the narrow waist actually works. Like, that's the one part where I'm like, man, that waist seems really narrow. But I think that in the design phase, I can widen this socket out, and then this will work good as a ball socket. Because the bottom can just be mostly spherical, and then the female part of the socket can be up in the torso, which will give it a lot of posability. And you can still drop it down a little bit lower if I don't like how it looks. I love what you've done with the autocannon, keeping it in line with the way that the Dugram / Shadowhawk's autocannon connects to the backpack. That'll give me a chance to kind of rework that. The winged feet and helmet are some of my favorite things, and I appreciate you taking my notes on the visor, because I think that this head looks great. He looks just too cool for school. I might tone this part down and just keep this like it. I don't know, this little raised portion right here, to me, makes him look like he's wearing like a ball cap. And I think removing that and just having the lines come down clean and then end might actually look better. At the same time, that could detract from the look of the visor. I'm not sure. We might have to try it both ways. That's the autocannon for Gadarung. The Hermes 2 has the... Is it AC2 or AC5? On the right torso. Supposed to be like a helmet, but a little exaggerated. Oh, I could see that. Yeah, AC5. Theoretical degree in theoretical engineering for theoretical tanks. Paint it red and do a lightning bolt on the chest. Oh, fuck that. Paint it yellow and do a red lightning bolt facing the opposite direction on the chest. Take that, Kursala! What now? Reverse Hermes. Been lurking the whole time. Oh, yeah, dude. I love what you're doing with that one. I assume the one on the left was yours, Punished Fink. Call it the Hermes. Still do suggest a slightly larger backpack to give it a feel that has enough internal space for its engine, gyro, ammunition, etc., but otherwise, I'm digging it. I could see expanding the backpack a wee little bit, and I probably will, to keep it more in line with, like, the Shadowhawk. I particularly like the design influences of the Leo on the calf and knees, and then on the chest. These are all design elements that I like quite a lot. I also see some repeated elements from the trench foot, which I would encourage. Print finished before Storm Report. Why you gotta come at me like that, White Wolf? Left was Kaylee, right was yours. Oh my god. I like Kaylee's more than yours, Punished Fink. She did a fucking great job. I feel like such an asshole for assuming that the one that I liked more was yours. What is wrong with me? Now I owe her compliments. I'm not saying I didn't like the one on the right, I'm just saying the one on the left really stole the show for me. She did a fucking fantastic job on the blend. She obviously has some work to go, but if that right leg is anything to go by, if she's going to continue that across the whole figure, I want to see that. Just remember, it does not have jump jets. No, it just runs. It just runs real fast. This is... This is great. Project Dark Fox, honestly, this looks pretty fucking fantastic. I like the more rounded design that we have for the shoulders. The shoulder caps kind of remind me of like the Atlas a little bit, obviously much smaller. This is going to be an interesting one to model. I'm going to have to play with some of the proportions, but this is enough for me to work with. I do get like a weird ball cap vibe from the top of the head right now. That's maybe the one thing that I would give notes on. Maybe we could play with with a slightly different design. That's the only thing that's jumping out at me as like, do something other than this. I'm not sure what precisely, but yeah. The wings, though, fucking phenomenal. Lovely. Lovely work, Project Dark Fox, and hopefully we'll be... So, like I said, right now we have designs from Project Dark Fox for the Hermes 2, as we're seeing here, and for the Centurion. Yeah, that's right. And then we also have one more design from another artist who has been very enthusiastic about this project to get another mech made as D-Scene that I've been talking with, who has designed a Panther that I think is going to fit in well with this aesthetic. So we have a lot of designs to pull from as we continue to make robots over the course of the year. As I said towards the beginning of the stream, at this point my problem is that I have way too many projects to get to and I have to stop coming up with new things. So we're gonna dig into these. We're gonna see what we can't get coming out this year, and if we can get our resin caster up and running, I should be able to send these parts right to him and get production rolling very, very quickly. I'm hoping that pans out. Yeah, Jungle Plague's Panther, Vergaderung. He wants me to make it, and I really quite like what he's done with it. It does? The Hermes 2 has no torso twist? Are you serious? I've never known what? That's crazy. Why? What? Huh? That doesn't even seem to make sense. I'm gonna have to check. I'm gonna have to look this up. Print failure after 4.5 hours? Oh, that sucks. Last steps of the building as well. Nozzle turned the print, I think. Adhesion issues, man. Easy to maintain, improved communications, no torso twist. You know, Project Dark Fox, yeah, much in the same way that the Trenchfoot doesn't have to have all of his weapons precisely where they are on the original version of the Trebuchet. Fuck them. No torso twist is ridiculous. Here we have from Gus Schultz making progress on the Russian folk song-inspired diorama. So much handwork. So precise. After watching the video of the performance a few dozen times, I suddenly realized the diorama will have to take a dark twist. I needed a revolver that's at an oddball scale 1/20th. Not having easy access to a 3D printer, I ended up scratch building one. An interesting note, it will not be painted. This... Did you just sculpt that yourself, Gus Schultz? Damn. You know, sometimes sometimes I pat myself on the back. Like, I work with such small things. I make such teeny tiny models. I focus so much on the little scale details, and most people will never get anywhere close to the level of detail and scale that I work on. Oh, way to go, me. Yeah. Have at it, Thunderhead. And then Gus Schultz posts something. Plastic rod and sheets. Damn. That's impressive. That looks really good. You even put a sight on it. Like, you didn't have to do that. The sight, the width of the sight, the height of the sight is less than that of the whorl on your fingerprint. This is experience. This is experience speaking right here. I cannot wait to see this project get finished, Gus Schultz. Gotta cut that down a bit. Oh, shut up. I need to make it smaller. It's not small enough already. You're out of your mind. You're just rubbing it in at this point. Please, 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 continue to post as you work, dude. Because the handwork that you've done on, like, the docks is so fucking cool to see. I love 3D printing. I love designing things in 3D and then realizing them through my machines. But I am still just so in love with the handmade pieces. I'm so in love with the process of realizing these miniature scenes with nothing more than a hobby knife and some pieces of styrene. It's so very impressive to me. Yes, please do, Gus Schultz. I want the before and after on that so bad. Fun thing about BattleTech, we can always agree to just ignore whatever we want. That is the nice thing, Project Dark Fox, because what you see is what you get is so far from anybody's mind. You can play the game with fucking featureless tokens if that's what you want to do. Out of your mind. Out of your mind, Gus Schultz, but damn it, I love it. Adhesion failure looking at the corner of the building that clearly had lifted. Think it's been a few weeks since printing anything, and I may not have cleaned the bed before printing, so probably dust. Got some Aquanet on there, baby. Spray some Aquanet, I'm telling you. It's the lazy man's answer for a reason. It works. Thunderhead didn't believe me, but yeah, I actually do indeed have boobies on my printer. Oh no. I've wanted to paint them for a while, so I said screw it, let's get them printing, even if I have a few other projects that will see most of my attention first. I know that feeling. Besides, I'll still have to print the pedestals first, technically. At some point, probably next weekend, unless warmer weather comes back early this week, I'll also print the full-size Oleana, which will easily be 2 days of printing thanks to her size. Who would have thought I'd wind up breaking Thunderhead's brain by printing boobs on my printer? Technically boobs. Technically boobs. Like knoll boobs, right? This would be a knoll, would it not? Dog folk, as it were. These are really nice busts. I like the sort of tribal tooth jewelry. The like big secondary findings on the earrings and the big nasty tusks. The like hammered rings around the dreadlocks. This is really cool. Knoll Matriarch, and Oleana is the werewolf queen. Here we have over here. Again with the sort of tribal jewelry and beadwork. Yeah, the detail to the musculature is really nice. Like here in the abdomen, the subtle little bits of fur. I'm really digging the mane of dreadlocks in particular. These are some damn nice sculpts. Oof. Well, keep on sharing. I know it'll be a while till you get to actually putting some paint on any of these White Wolf, but I want to see it when you do. Let me tell you, Jinxstart did the left one and it looked great. Punished Fink, do you have a link to that? Could you post that on the Discord? I love Jinxstart. Oh, that's a terrible joke, Sumitha. I'm not even going to read that out loud. Like, literally, technically, yes. And also, come on. Oddly intrigued by this, Wolf. Please feel free to share links, White Wolf, if people want to know where it came from. Oh, here we have from Dr. Rhino. Not a great shot, but this is the first batch of the Tyranid army. If all goes well, the whole thing should be done in the next 4 weeks. This is what he means when he's like, I've painted 30 models in 2022. It's because he's painting Tyranids. At least that's my excuse, because he's not here right now to argue with me. Because the fact is that Dr. Rhino just paints incredibly fast, and it's starting to kill me. A little bit at a time. It's a good color scheme. It's simple. It's effective. And I'm always the guy who's like, work smarter, not harder. And then when somebody does it, I get jealous. Dr. Rhino. One day I'll paint a whole army, and then I'll be a real boy. Here we have from Bridget Wolf. Squeaking in at the last second here. Sorry for my absence. Not at all. It's always just a pleasure to have you. A recently completed commission of an Addams Family cosplay in colored pencil. Commissioner was quite happy. Also messed with the image in GIMP and did a black and white version as well to capture the feel and vibe of the original series. I appreciate that. I'm a fan of, okay, Raul Julia in the movies is fantastic. In fact, everybody in the movies is fantastic. At least the first movie. I confess, I think I've seen Addams Family Values like one time. But the first Addams Family movie with Christopher Lloyd and Raul Julia, Christina Ricci, why am I drawing a blank on her name? She was in fucking Ice Pirates. I can see her face. I can see her face in multiple movies. Somebody help me out. You know who I'm talking about. She played Morticia Addams, for God's sake. How can I remember her in Ice Pirates and not remember her name? What's wrong with me? This is so disappointing. Why does this always happen live? I should record and edit more content so I don't seem like such an idiot. Fuck it, I don't remember. This is terrible. Point is, she's great. And I really like the Addams Family show. I've weirdly seen the original black and white show more than I've seen the movie. And I say movie again because I think I watched Addams Family Values a total of one time. Really, really capturing the Gomez Addams with the mustache in particular, and I have to say between these two, I do rather like the black and white. This is delightful. Absolutely delightful. And yes, as Project Dark Fox says, that may be PDF on the left, but it is not PDF's work. This is gonna drive me fucking crazy. I literally can't think of the name of either of the actresses who played Morticia Addams, and I can see both of their faces, and I can think of other people and their families. This is ridiculous. I'm ashamed of myself. I'm not a real cinephile. This is terrible. I'm hanging it up. I quit. Shit. Now, the attitude is absolutely here, particularly in the stances. With her resting her hand ever so gently, and his very sort of erect posture. Lovely. Lovely work, Bridget. And yeah, I would imagine that they're very happy with their commission. Also, what an interesting commission. Angelica Houston! Fuck! Thank you. Thank you, Gus Schultz. Thank you, Mannix the Lemur. Yes, Angelica Houston is who I'm thinking of. Again, I was thinking of her in, like, Ice Pirates. She was maybe the one person in that movie who took her performance seriously. And, for whatever reason, I couldn't think of her name. I gotta eat something. I've got too much beer in me and not enough water. But that'll bring us, conveniently enough, to the end of tonight's stream, and as many of you may know, oh, damn it, I just fucked that up. I give up. I give up on everything. It's the end of the Storm Report and thus the end of tonight's stream. That's the order it goes in. For God's sake, I invented this crap and I can't even get it right. What a great stream. What a way to close out the Storm Report. How expert, how professional. Oh my God. All right, let me see who's doing what here. Somebody's doing something. Yeah, we went a little late tonight. That's okay, though. Ooh, Teal Sakiri is going. Wombat Combat Prime is going. Let's go ahead and raid into Teal Sakiri. We did Wombat Combat fairly recently. It looks like Teal is working on something interesting. Is that some chaos that I see? Fascinating. Just fascinating. It is late. I know a lot of you are probably about to turn in for the night, but I do always try to raid you someplace that is relevant and interesting, and I raid you into streamers that I really, really like. So if you haven't already followed Teal Sakiri, do me a favor. Stick around for just a couple minutes. Check out the stream. See if you like what he's going on there. He has a fantastic community. He has a great eye, and he's a very talented painter and a great streamer. Consider dropping him a follow if you like what you see, if you dig the vibe. It is a great vibe. Folks, we are going to be back Tuesday the 18th. We're bumping what was going to be today, painting Vader in oil for our second session. We're going to be doing that on Tuesday is the plan as of now, because I needed to get some of this work done tonight. Our 2-year streamiversary is this Thursday, the 20th. We're going to have some giveaways. We're going to have some giveaways for people who are already followers, who are already subscribers. We have a few things in the pipeline. We got some Star Wars Legion figures. I've got a Battletech Clan Invasion box. I have a Battletech starter box. We got some merch from Rainy River Designs. We've got some gift cards from Steel Warrior Studios, so make sure you're here for that. And then Sunday the 23rd, we're going to be digging back in for some Vader in oils. As always, a huge thank you to everybody who posted in the Storm Report, and a massive thank you to my amazing mods. Guys, I'm going to get going, so until next time, keep on painting.